see. I could say, but I might as well show. There are things we could guess, but we might as well know. So hurry up, girl, you've been taking too long. We can't just get crazy like there's nothing wrong. Cause all I hear is talking, 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 and all I need is action. Baby, till the morning, 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 a little satisfaction. If you just take the time, everything could be simple, and every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. That it's hard when it's easy as pie. We got the ingredients, why don't we try? Yeah, yeah. No need to be greedy, I'm yours for the night. But could be for life if you're treating me right. Yeah, and you can keep walking, walking, walking. Cause baby, I need action. Just a little satisfaction to keep me holding on. Cause if you just take the time, everything could be simple, and every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. Complicated. It's not that complicated. If you can keep it simple, boy, we'll take it easy. I gave you all the info. What more do you need from me? 'Cause everything you say you like now, you can get it all right now. Baby, it's not hard, it's no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. complicated.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sway.
Sway with me, lay with me, yeah, babe with me, and she rolling all day with me. Rock stars at the party and there ain't many that can party how we party, yeah, it ain't litty. You can holler if you hear me, if you heard this. Yeah, the word is anytime that I come, then you know it ain't worthless. Do it for the fun, but I come with a purpose. Dressed to impress, tell the bounce and move back. Vibrations in my chest, I wanna feel that boom back. Libations for my guests, they know I'm a cool cat, but you knew that.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sway. Don't stop till the room starts to sway.
Got the whole crew here, mommy, come chill. When you step up in the party, it's a done deal. Drinks on me and one bill. We rock stars, and I ain't talking about a drum fill. You should know that I gotta bring more of us. And we party on the go like a tour bus. You couldn't make it, well I'm sorry, that's just your luck. Meanwhile, I'm getting more bucks. Stack it up, then rack it up. Bend it over, poke it out, then back it up. We acting up and we right here. We don't party like squares.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sway. Don't stop till the room starts
Don't let them gray clouds take a hold. Oh no, oh no, no. Woo! We ain't worried about a doggone thing. We're gonna come on through, yeah. Live your life, 'cause that's the only thing you gotta do. Hey, yeah. Keep it up. Come on. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. I know it's hard, but you gotta keep working. You made a start, but you need to push through.
Chrissy, we're Proudfield.
Without those rainy days,
Admiral Proudfield.
the flowers would never grow.
Thank you.
Oh no! So listen up now.
Right now we're at Admiral Proud today. It's all about the track and
A big welcome and a big hello from the North Island Naval Air Station on the Coronado Peninsula in San Diego, California. This is the site of the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge. Day 4 today. On deck, we have track and field. The track version is today. Featuring the competition, we'll be featuring inspirational members from the U.S. Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Special Operations Command. The best warrior athletes are prepared to do battle right here, right now, because it's the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge live from San Diego, California.
Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge. I am Tina Dixon, and today it is all about the track events. Right now we're at the Admiral Prout Field on Naval Base San Diego, and in terms of weather, we've got the overcast skies and cool temperatures right now, but the athletes have been out here warming up bright and early. I love the track events, so it should be a fun and exciting day. But before we get started, as host of the 2023 Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge, the U.S. Army is committed to sharing those stories of dedication and resiliency of the many athletes competing at this annual event, as well as the tens of thousands they represent. So please take a look at this message from the U.S. Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
And a big hello and a very good morning to everybody joining us online. What a great audience we have had over the 4 days here. We are on the naval base here, Adam Prout Field, and it's all about track and field today. Because yesterday we were all about the field. Well, there's two. There's a track and there's a field. So today it's all about the track. I'm joined by 13-time Paralympic medalist Chris Waddell, the legend. And Chris, here we are, another event. This time it's all about the track.
It's all about the track, yeah. In our 3 days here, we've been doing some cycling, some field, and now we're on the track. It's been cool to watch the athletes warm up, and this is, to me, this is just the anticipation. I rolled the track earlier. It's a nice track, a little bit soft, a little bumpy on the inside, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be fun to see if we get some.
You're giving us the inside scoop right now, telling us that what the track is all about. It is a little soft out there, right?
You know, it is one of those things that as a wheelchair athlete, I check out the track all the time because we get the rolling resistance can be that much more if it's a soft track. And sometimes you think, oh, hey, this is great. I'm getting all this return. It's all this bouncy, soft track. That's not good on the wheelchair side. So I'm always checking it out and then checking out to see what the surface is like in lane 1. We'll get to the 1,500 meters, right? And they will be in lane 1 as you get into the turns. They're a little wavy, a little bumpy in the turns. So sometimes it's harder to hold the turn.
Okay. Well, then answer me this. I like the way you're bringing this up, because now I want to ask you a question about the weather and how that plays effect into it. Because with hotter weather, would the track soften up even more so and give you more resistance?
Yeah, this is the nice part, is that there's very little wind right now, and it's actually pretty cool. So when the track starts to warm up, yeah, it gets softer and softer, and it gets slower and slower. So people wouldn't necessarily think about that when they're watching on television, but these are relatively good conditions because we have almost no wind right now. I mean, knocking on wood, hoping that continues.
He's knocking on wood in here. I mean, we want to make sure. Because, I mean, the weather, though, we talk about the weather. Now let's talk about that on the endurance of an athlete. You have this marine layer, so it is in the low 60s. You have a little bit of moisture in the air, and it's not hot. So that's got to make it a little easier, especially if you have multiple events you have to compete in, right?
A lot of the athletes are going to be competing in multiple events. We're starting with the 1,500. We'll get some athletes who are doing 100 through 1,500, right? They're going to be out there for all the events. And it gets tiring. That's a lot of laps. That's a lot of work, and especially at race pace, too, right? It takes a lot more out of you. So, yeah, the weather, with it being a little bit cooler, with the wind being minimal, it should be relatively good conditions, and we'll keep our fingers crossed, because sometimes you know how it goes. The weather can change and the wind can pick up.
Okay, and there you go. You've heard it straight up from Chris Waddell right there, breaking it down for us. All right, first race we're going to be looking at here, 1,500 3.0 wheelchair. The women will start things off. 1,500, how many laps is that going to be on this track?
So 1,500 is 100 meters short of a mile. So it is 3 3/4 laps. They'll have a waterfall start on the far side. So this is the start-finish area. They'll be starting over on the far side, and they will have a waterfall, which is like a curved line. So it's not a straight line across. It's basically giving every athlete in every lane essentially like the same starting position, right? Because it's further away when you're out on the outside. So it's what we call a waterfall start. So they'll start in a waterfall start, and then they will do 3 3/4 laps.
I want to thank you for teaching me a lot right now, because you just taught me the waterfall start that I had no idea that's what it was called. I was almost going to call it like a staggered start, but I get why you do it, because you're closer to the inside lane, so you're going to be farther back than the person who is in front of you, because that makes the track the even distance. Correct? You don't have to stay? Do you have to stay in your lane too?
You don't. In 1,500, you can break right to the inside. And the thing is, we're talking about potentially two different things. So you see like the 400 meter where it is a staggered start.
Yeah.
So the staggered start is that the lane 1 has to go goes a shorter distance, right?
There you
so
go.
Lane 1 is starting essentially on the start-finish line, where then lane 2 is a little bit in front because it's longer to go lane 2 in that turn. But the waterfall start is actually just a curved line over on the far side. So it's designed for the 1,500 because you don't have to stay in your lane. So like the 800 meters, you have to stay in the lane for the first turn. Whoa.
I wish that would have been.
That's okay.
Technical we just got hit by our banner here. Just hit us in the back of the head here. I wish we would have had that. That'd be a good blooper. That thing would probably go viral right there.
It could well. You never know. This is you wonder about karma at this point, Brad. We said there was no wind, and the wind is coming up to get us, right?
The wind said what? No, there's wind. All right. So you were talking earlier. You're also saying so. This is a standard track size. 4 laps would equal a mile on this track, right? Because I'm trying to take it back to when I ran track in, I think, junior high school, and when I actually ran a under 7-minute mile one time in my entire life. And that was 4 laps of track. So I get that. I'm trying to do the math in my head, because this is definitely a new event for me to be doing for the first time.
But you were running yards as opposed to meters back then.
Yes. But standard track would be 4 laps a mile, right? That's your standard, basically?
4 laps in a mile. Yep, this is 4 laps right here. So this is 3 3/4, what they call a metric mile.
And we start with the 1500 because I could imagine if you ended with the 1500, there wouldn't be many people left, because how would you even get to the 1500 after racing all day? Then you're in the 1500. Like, yeah, you better do the 1500 earlier and get that done, and then kind of scale back to the 100s at the end, right? Is that how it's going to work today?
You know, it's an interesting thing too, right? Because if you look at it sort of like an Olympic sport, where you look at the decathlon, right? The 1500 is what they run last. So you get those guys who are doing all 10 events, and then they're running the 1500. And some of the guys in the event like the 1500, and others are just trying to gut their way through it, right? So
just
this is
get through it.
This is nice to start with the longer race.
So taking a look at our start list in this one, it's going to be the 1500 meter 3.0 wheelchair, and this is going to be on the women's side of things. Leandra Mooring representing Army, and Knox going to represent SOCOM. Jocelyn Arivalo, Air Force. Erica Neal in this one for SOCOM, and Heather C. Lover, Air Force. Jessica Durhammer for the Air Force. So it looks like we're only going to get 4 in this one. And we'll try to break out the results as they come available. And if you'd like to ask us questions, you sure can. I'll give you that in a little bit as we get started for the race. And here we go. We are racing. First race underway right now. And it is go time.
We've seen some of these athletes before, Brad. So we see Sea Lover, who is going to the front. Heather Sea Lover, we saw her in the cycling events. She was tremendous in the cycling events. Has the try sticker on the back of her wheelchair. So not only is she a wheelchair racer and a cyclist, she is a swimmer as well. You'll see her in the swimming events. She is a triathlete and looking good in this first 200 meters of the 1500 meter.
In this one, we only have 4 racers in this one. It's just Jocelyn Arivalo for Air Force, Erica Neal for SOCOM, Heather Sea Lover, who Chris was just talking about, for Air Force, and Jessica Durhammer for Air Force. Just a 4-pack right here. We had a do not start from Leandra Mooring, and Ann Knox were supposed to be in this one. Not sure why they're not, but a DNS is listed by their name, which is a did not start. So 4 in this race to start things off. Your women's 1500 meter 3.0 wheelchair on course.
See Heather Sea Lover going through at about 1:16 for the first lap. So that's the first 400 meters. It really is, this is ultimately going to be, for her, this is going to be a race against the clock, right?
Yeah, and I notice watching Heather, it seems like her technique is a little bit more upright. You see some of the other competitors a little bit more down, that head down, and really focusing. Is that something that just, you're going to see different styles, Chris?
You'll see some different styles, and some of it is like, so really ultimately what you want to do is you want to take as much advantage of the push ring as you can, right? So Sea Lover has a nice stroke. You see her where she's getting onto the ring at about 3 o'clock and getting off at about 6:30, 7 o'clock if the push ring were a clock, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. You can see she gets on at the 3, off at the 7. Exactly.
And that's what you want to be able to take advantage of. You want to be able to spend that time on the push ring. You want to be able to add as much power as you can.
Is that the subtleties right there? That's the subtleties of wheelchair racing. A lot of people don't know. You're looking at the ring and when they're going on the ring and when they're releasing. Sorry to interrupt you on that, but you just threw another thing at me. It was like, wow, that's really cool. So when you talk about that, if the ring's a clock, she gets on with the downstroke at the 3 o'clock and releases at the 7 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yeah, 6 to 7 o'clock. That's kind of what she's doing. You know, that bottom part there's a lot of speed in that bottom part of the ring, and so you really, it's kind of like swinging a baseball bat, right? You kind of have that follow through as well. So there's the push, and then there's the follow through, and that follow through continues to help you get back into the next stroke, and then it also brings that speed. You know, that's like the distance when you're hitting a baseball. You can also watch as she comes off of the turn, there's track steering, right? So she just hit the track steering. So what that does is it makes your front wheel go straight, and then when she goes into the next turn, she'll hit it on the left-hand side. Right. So we should see this right now. kind of missed it, but that's okay.
Now, on ring sizes too, are the rings all the same size, or can some people have a bigger ring, or maybe have a longer reach? How does that work?
The ring sizes are really determined by your arm length, right? And it can be, so there are two different things. One, arm length. Two, it can be like being in a different gear on your bike. So the greater the closer the ratio is between the ring and the size of the wheel, the closer you are into like first gear, right? Where it's like 1-to-1 kind of ratio, close enough. And then the smaller the ring gets, the more you're into like 5th gear, 6th gear. And when you want to think about it is there's only one gear. This is why it's analogous to running, is because you only have one gear, and you
have to pick it. What ring size are you going to go with? You can't switch and have two different rings, right? So
no, you can't at all. And actually,
okay.
You're not allowed to. So you see her just hit the track steering right there, and some of it's based on cadence. So when you're starting, you increase your cadence more. You saw that she did that coming off of the turn, where she's going through at a certain cadence. She'll hit the turn, and then she'll go. She's getting the bell right now, getting the track steering. Oh. I think they got confused there. I think she actually finished at about 4:52. But anyway, yeah. So we have different sizes of rings, can be like different gears, but the problem is your arm length determines how big a ring you can use, because when you're pushing at the bottom of the ring, your elbow is at the top of the ring. So you will see oftentimes these athletes.
Perfect example right there.
Right. So the push rings are covered in, what you do is you cut a wheel apart, cut a tire apart, and glue it onto the push ring. So it's rubber on the push ring, and when you slip and the inside of your elbow catches the top of it, it's like a saw just slicing right through your elbow. I mean, it's just, you end up with these awful just scrapes and rashes kind of thing. See, the time for Sea Lover was 4:49.13. It passed some of these other athletes, and wheelchair racing is a sport where getting connected with your chair is so important. You want this chair, this is aluminum that fits as tightly as your jeans, right? You want it to fit as tightly as possible because you want it to be in narrow, and you want to be able to get those big muscles of your chest and your shoulders up over the top of the wheels. If your hands are way outside, you're not going to be very strong, right? You're not getting all that mass behind each stroke. And so just getting straight, we're looking at the start again right now. We see Sea Lover knew that she was going to go to the start.
A little wheel hop from that front. Now, is that because you're really getting on those rings and you're kind of popping a wheelie almost? And you can use that to your advantage for steering too as well?
You can use the steering, yes, exactly. So the front end, some athletes will run a really what we call a light front end, where you can kind of swim that front end around. Back in the old days, before they had compensators, before they had the track steering, people would actually sort of have to, what we call, hip it in the turn. So you'd have to hop that front end around.
You bounce it around, yeah. Wow.
I mean, the way I do it in my everyday chair, right? So there are pluses and minuses to each side, right? You can steer a little bit by moving the front wheel without having to, so it's micro correction effectively. But at the same time, you want your power to go into going forward as opposed to popping a wheelie, because if you pop a wheelie, you also see that the athletes have what we call camber. So there's an angle to the wheels. So the wheels aren't straight up and down. There's an angle to the wheels, which one helps you turn. It maintains stability in the turn. And then also, as we were talking about with those push rings, it means that the top part of the push ring is inside a bit as opposed to the bottom part. So you can be on the bottom part and not scraping your arm on the top of the ring.
Well, tell me about the hubs now, because we see some that have the spokes and then some people have the enclosed. Is that an aerodynamic thing you're trying to run with there when you go with the hubs that cover the spokes?
Yeah, so it's actually, you have some full carbon fiber wheels out there. So this is like in cycling, you will see this in the time trial. It's aerodynamics, and then it's also in efficiency too, right? Because the carbon fiber is stiffer than your spoked wheel. So each time you're hitting it, and the stroke, really, you're getting a lot of stuff right now. The stroke is actually a tangential push, so you're not grabbing onto the ring as much as you're actually just punching it a little bit. And so imagine that you take the wheel of your bike, like the front wheel of your bike, you kind of tip it up, and if you're going to accelerate your front wheel, you kind of, at first you probably grab it, but then you're going bop, 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 and just tapping it along, right? And that's effectively what's happening with the wheelchair push, is that you're not grabbing it, because if you're grabbing it, you have to slow down to grab it to then accelerate it. So it's rubber on rubber. Their gloves have rubber on the inside, and the push rings have rubber on the outside. So that's the friction. And sometimes when it gets really humid, that can be the issue with the humidity.
It gets a little slippery, right?
It gets a little slippery. If there's water in there, it can get a little slippery.
Well, congratulations. Our first race in the books on that one. Heather Seedlever for the Air Force with a 4:49 time, taking the number 1 spot there. Erica Deal for SOCOM in the number 2 spot, a 7:47 time for her. 3 ran out your top 3. Jessica Durhammer, an 8:07 in 3rd place, and that is your unofficial top 3 from that one. The women's 1500 meter 3.0 wheelchair, and we'll keep the party going here and keep moving on. I think the next one we will be going to would be the men 1500 meter 2.0 to 3.0 wheelchair.
Same distance, 3 3/4 laps. A mile doesn't sound like all that long a distance, Brad, but it can really feel like a long distance.
It's a long time. 8 in this one. We'll be looking at Chad Krantz from Team Army, Maxwell Oklu from the Navy, Harley Meagley from SOCOM, and I think we had Harley's mom watching on the broadcast yesterday. Michael Haley doing it for Army, Jared Schley for the Air Force, Justin the Radman Radbill for SOCOM in this one, and Brett Sealing for Air Force, and falling out Justin Wolf. So 8 in this one on the men's 1500 2 to 3.0 wheelchair.
The 1500 in the wheelchair racing has been the marquee event in the world. This is what used to be the demonstration event at the Olympics. So the Paralympians would go to a final, would do it elsewhere, and go, quarters, semis, and end up with an 8-person final for the men, which was the demonstration event at the Olympics. So this is the marquee wheelchair event. The best of the best. This is what they do. So again, this is a waterfall start. They can go break to the inside as soon as they have space to do so. Drafting, we talked a bit about drafting in cycling. Drafting is important in wheelchair racing as well. I always think that the NASCAR people should go and race in wheelchairs because they would really know what the draft means, because this is physical exertion, perceived pain, perceived effort that you get to see when you're back in that draft. You get to see that you're getting pulled along a little bit more. It's not all fossil fuel.
But on drafting, though, that gives you a little bit more energy too. So if you're drafting someone and you're laboring and you can get up on them and you can get behind them and get in that little draft, now you can not expend as much energy and save a little bit for the end. So it's definitely a strategy thing that you definitely want to employ when you can.
It is, and that's why you see at the start that the athletes are kind of looking around to see, okay, who's going to take the lead, who's willing to go to the front. It's also on the Paralympic side, it's been interesting to see now that a lot of athletes, it used to be that you really were kind of running this strategic race of who's going to go to the front. But a lot of it now, a lot of athletes will want to stake their claim to lane one and to that front position. So it's kind of an interesting deal. We got them going through at about 1:37 for the first lap.
All right, so on the track currently right now, we have Harley Migley for SOCOM, Michael Haley for Army, Jared Schley for Air Force, Brett Sealing for the Air Force, and Justin Wolf for the Air Force on course right now. So 5 on the track. Five races in our 1500 category. A total of just around 40 races today, Chris. Is that your average for a track portion of a track and field that you've been part of this for a while now?
This is where it's a little bit different than your regular track meet, right? Because your regular track meet, you might have men and women, you might have a junior division, but this is a variety of different classifications where we have wheelchairs, we have sitting, we have standing. They're 900 meters, right? So that's Schley who is leading right now.
So he's slaying it, we would say, in the terminology on that, Chris, just in case you need to know that.
I'm not quite as fluent in the snowboard, Brad, so I appreciate it.
It just works, man. There is Haley right there, Michael Haley.
You see that Schley was maintaining a good cadence as well.
Oh, he sure is, right? And then so you're talking about getting on that ring. Looks like right about 3 and around 6 or 7 he's releasing, right?
Yeah, and he's a little bit higher. He's sitting a little bit higher than we saw with Sea Leopard, right? And some of this is you have a bunch of these athletes who are amputees, who you don't have as many wheelchair the spinal cord injuries, right? So spinal cord injuries, often you have a lot smaller legs. You don't have the feeling in your legs, so you can sit in this yogi kind of position that if you feel your legs, you're not quite as excited to sit in that yogi position, which means that they're sitting more upright. So we were seeing that he was really going from more to like 2 to 5, whereas you had Sea Leopard going from 3 to 6, 3 to 7 kind of thing on the clock.
You can see the difference right there. I mean, obviously you can see it better in a slow motion, Neil, but that's pretty darn cool.
Here we go, Schley finishing, getting the bell. So 1 lap to go. Going through at 4:25.
Well in touch right now with that spot. You go look for second place, how far back that is. So Schley will definitely be able to take this one to the victory here as he gets around on the back section of the track.
And his wheelchair racing is absolutely beautiful when you're fit and when you're in tune with your equipment. When you're not, it can be a real challenge. I mean, I remember first getting into my wheelchair and my racing wheelchair, and it was hard to keep the thing going straight. I think this should be the easiest part of it, right?
Oh.
But it's hard to keep it going straight. You're trying to add power and go fast, and you just can't go straight. The crown on the road is just pushing you off, and there's a little slight the lane 1 actually sort of has a little bit of an angle toward the infield. So you'll see the athletes, when we saw them warming up, they were actually setting their track steering. So you want to go along the lane, so the lane is going straight on the straightaway, and set your track steering so that you're going to go straight. So you don't have to think about that as you go, and then you're setting the turn. So you've got like little wing nuts to set it up.
It's like one less thing you have to think about that you don't want to have to, one less thing you can focus on, right? Is this Schley right now?
Schley coming into the finish here.
There we go. Let's see the time. Check the time right now. Schley, he's going to cross the line. What's the time going to be? Looks like 6:01 and some change for Schley. There you go. 6 minute .65. Nicely done.
That's just short of a mile in 6 minutes. And this is where the muscles get really, really sore. Your muscles feel like a wet bag of sand. They just get heavy and they just don't work. And part of that also is trying to get the gloves to hook up with the push ring. So there's a bit of pushing in, gripping in order to get that contact. And when that's not hooking up as well, you expend a lot of energy just to get the connection.
So
Haley's actually coming through old school with the harness gloves. So these were the old like almost like boxing glove kind of things that we used, and you close them up, and so the intention is not to use your thumb. You're actually using the back of your hands. It's what's called the para backhand. So you're using the in between the index and middle finger, really the knuckles there. That's what you're contacting with.
So giving you some results on that last one right there, finishing up in that third spot. Looks like Michael Haley unofficially with a 7:01 time for him in third spot. And the number 2 spot, well, that's going to go to Harley Meagley from SOCOM, putting up a 6:44.66. And your number 1 time in that one is going to be the Schley man. Slaying it, Jared Schley for the Air Force, putting up an even 6.65 for Schley, and he'll be the number 1 on that one. So there's your 1, 2, 3. Results from the last run, we had Heather Sealover taking the first spot, and in second place was Erica Neal, and third place was Jessica Durhammer. So those are results for our first 2 and our last 2 races so far, as we'll get ready for the men 1,500 meter 4.5A to 5.0 ambulatory. So that will be coming up. Brad J. and Chris Waddell with the call here. So far, going as you expected it there, Chris?
I think so. Yeah, 1,500. 1,500's a long race to start off with, and I think we had some great finishes, and we had some athletes who have had a bit more experience, and you see that experience pays off. It's funny. It is a lot like swimming in some ways, that your stroke gets more efficient, and it can look a whole lot easier the more experience you get. And that's some of what we've seen. You can feel like you're working a whole lot harder when you don't have that experience.
Well, kind of looking at the times now, we look at what Heather Sealover did. She put up a 4:49.13. Then you look at what it took Schley to win his, and that was a 6-minute .65. So look at the difference in those two. That's a little bit of a distance between. So maybe Heather Sealover just really tuned in on this race earlier today.
Well, and she's spent a lot of time in a wheelchair, in a racing wheelchair. You can tell that she has spent a lot of time in a racing wheelchair. And it just is a matter of getting your equipment to work with you, getting it set up, getting your body position. This is something you don't even think about, getting your body position.
Justin Wolf crossing the line right there, finishing up the race for Justin Wolf. And taking a look at the highlights of that one, here was the start, how it went down.
We see Schley going to the front. Took a little bit of time, but he went right to the front.
And putting up a nice time, 6 even with .65. Well, the first race, Chris, has become official now, so it's been signed off, and yes, Heather Sealover will be the official gold. Erica Neal will be silver, and Jessica Durhammer will be bronze. So that is official. As we say, like a referee's whistle. I didn't make that up, by the way, Chris. I'm sure I stole that from somebody. Or recycled it, I think would be the term I'm looking for. Thanks for joining us out here today. Hey, if you have some questions for Chris Waddell, the 13-time Paralympic medalist, and myself, Brad J., just some announcer hack, you can send us a message, and you can do it via my Instagram, at Brad, JAYMC. And we'll answer the best of our abilities. We did this yesterday, had about 6 or 7 great questions come in. And we'd like to see some of that interaction. So the gun has fired, and we are underway right now with our next race.
This is the Ambulatory 1500, and we have a bit of a mix of classes. You'll see some athletes with prosthetics, some athletes without prosthetics. It'll be interesting to see how this race shakes out. So we've got Sullivan in the lead right now. Gutierrez coming out on the outside. And just interesting to look at Sullivan's gait, where there is that a bit of that swing. And this is the way that sometimes it works with the higher level athletes, where there's the bit of the swing around of the prosthetic. You also see the cheetah foot there, the carbon fiber. And what's interesting, Brad, is they'll put their spikes on the bottom of it too, right? So you don't have a shoe on that prosthetic.
Okay.
You have the curve, and then you go and attach the spikes to the bottom of the curve.
Is it you attach with like a screw or something, or is it glued, or what do you do?
Were they screw in, or were they adhesive? Yeah, I think it's a...
Oh, it's a special setup for that. So in this one, Zachary Pelega, Brandon Sullivan, Robert Ellison, Matthew Bracchia, Sendo Gutierrez Jr. And here we go. Brandon Sullivan in that #1 spot right there, and that is Gutierrez in that second spot.
Taking 2 laps to go.
So our third race here in the 1500 meters.
Again, the main focus right now is the 1500, but a lot of these athletes have been doing a lot of different sports. We keep seeing them show up.
Well, there's one of those bragging points too. It's where if you're competing in a lot more events, you want to have the one with the most medals at the end and can be the overall champ. And the more events that you compete in, does it give you the more chances? Not necessarily if it takes a toll on your body and you're not able to finish in those top 3 positions. So is it a pick and choose thing? I'm going to do these events because these are my strong ones. These are my wheelhouse. And then should I really do that event? That's going to take a lot out of me. Or maybe you pick events that won't take a lot out of you so you can still do as many events as possible to try and get that ultimate best total of medals at the end. I'm always thinking outside like that.
You are. You get the big picture. You're a big picture guy. So here we go. Sullivan coming up to get the bell. We'll get the bell. Looking solid, going through at 350. So 400 meters left to go. This is a great pace. 350.
And that was Zach Pelega. Zach Pelega from SOCOM is in that third spot. So you have Sullivan, Gutierrez, and Pelega. There's your 1, 2, 3. So the battle right now, I feel like it's going to be Pelega right there and Gutierrez, or not Gutierrez, Pelega and Gutierrez. Yeah, and that number 2 and 3. See how they're running neck and neck.
Sullivan's looking strong, and the question, it's a lot of a race against the clock too, right? The question is, can they get in under 5 minutes?
4:40.
Yeah, I don't think 5 minutes is going to happen.
Yeah, I think you're going to be just above that. Let's see here down the stretch. As they're rounding the corner, Sullivan looking solid.
Came through in 350, and then the question was, could they do a 110 400 meters? And it looks like it's going to be a bit more over that.
Here we go. Down to the final stretch here.
And Sullivan.
Gutierrez in the number 1 spot. Polega number 2. So Gutierrez comes back. Polega goes in the number 2 spot, and Sullivan will end up in 3rd. Sullivan had the lead most of that race. Gutierrez used that last part of the track to really get him, Chris, right there at the end.
Yeah, it looked like at about 200 meters, it looked like Sullivan was hitting the wall at 200 meters, and the other guys took the advantage to both close the gap and to pass right by him.
So an official time of 5:13:36 for Rosendo Gutierrez Jr. from the Marine Corps. Rocio with a 5:39.68. Polega with a 5:14.27. And Sullivan just behind, 5:14.79. That's close.
Yeah, he tried to fight back in that last 100 meters and just didn't have enough. He led the whole way and actually had a pretty big gap going at the bell lap, and most of the first 200 meters of that last lap, but couldn't quite finish the job.
And Sullivan went from 1 to 3 in just like a quarter of a lap.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it looked like he had it secured.
It sure did. I thought he had it secured. But Gutierrez and Polega had a different plan of the outcome on that one. And here comes Robert Ellison from the Army. He's going to finish off. So Ellison with a 7:09.88 as he finishes. Taking a look at the highlights at the start here.
And we see that Sullivan went right to the front, didn't he? Making his space, getting into lane 1. Led the pack the whole time up until the last 200 meters.
And there it was right there.
That's the move. Gutierrez just taking one look over the right shoulder to make sure nobody's closing. That's a fast 1500.
Wow. That was a good race. And thanks for everybody joining us online. We appreciate having you guys here. Day number 4 of 10 of competition here at Admiral Prout Field here in San Diego on the Naval Base. And today the track portion of our track and field is what's going on.
right, so we've seen the start of another women's 1500, and they're taking it out fast, Brad.
They sure are. I think we're going to combine the last two. We'll see if that's what they're going with here. Women's 1500 meter, 4.5 to 5.5 ambulatory.
We're starting to get the hang of this. 3.3 3/4 laps. Is the
there you go.
Right? So the athletes settling into their pace right now. A lot of running going on in the military, so this makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
It sure does. You know what? You got to call it. When I was talking about the purest Olympic sports, well, track definitely is one of those. It's going to be Garcia.
A couple Air Force athletes going to the front. I think we've seen a couple of these athletes before, haven't we, Brad?
Yes, we have.
Jessica Garcia, we definitely saw her on the cycling, and she is wasting no time right now and going straight to the front and stretching out the field.
So we are having a combination in this one right here. This is the women's 1500 meter, 4.5 to 5.5 ambulatory. And then we have combined it, since there was a smaller field, for the women's 1500 meter, 6.0 ambulatory. So there'll be different results here on this one. Another great day here in sunny San Diego.
Jessica Garcia, we saw her in the cycling go straight to the front in the cycling, and then sort of drop back, had a little trouble with the headwind, and then ended up in second place.
Yeah, ended up with that silver medal, yeah.
With the silver medal. And so we know she starts well. She starts well and she starts strong. This is a 1500 meter, and she looks great right now. She really does. Just powering along. No one is close to her.
Garcia. Jessica Air Force looking solid. Yeah, you look at that lead too. That's a pretty darn good stretch that she has right now. Remember, two groups in this one.
Conejo, Alvarez Ortiz, and they are more than 100 meters back of Jessica Garcia now. Garcia's just powering down the back straight. Making it look easy right now. Has over 100 meters on second and third place.
Yeah, there was Cynthia Gore we just saw pass us for Army. But we're right now taking a look at Jessica Garcia. The solid lead for Air Force.
Yeah, she is powering around. She's threatening to lap some of the field right now. She is throwing down.
She is throwing down. I think that's a great term for it right now.
And to look at her face, it doesn't look like she's working too hard. She looks well within herself. Getting the bell, one lap. Getting the bell at 4:06. 4:06. What kind of a last quarter does she have in her? Because right now she's racing against the clock. There's nobody else within distance of her. Nobody else within 200 meters of her, really. She's got a half a lap on the field right now. Just about a half a lap on the field.
And one of our final competitors, she's close to actually lapping before she gets to the finish line.
It is nice to have someone to chase as you get more and more sore. It gets a little bit tiring out there, 3 3/4 laps. Alvarez Cortez taking over second place.
There's Finlay right there, Cortez Alvarez.
Conejo has always been one of our happier competitors. She's always smiling, belying any of the work that she's doing.
She doesn't let in if she's tired. She looks like she is in control.
It's all happening below the surface, right?
And a walker.
Got Garcia on the last 100 meters right now. Might well be picking up a couple of these athletes, picking up her first lapped athlete.
Yeah.
Garcia looking just as strong on the fourth lap as she was on the first lap. Looking great, finishing right through.
Check the time right here for Garcia. She's going to cross the time in. Nicely done. She'll finish off this race in style. That was low 40, 5:35, you think, right around there?
I think it was 5:35, 5:36. We'll get an official time for you.
She still looks like
unofficial time.
She still looked like she had energy to do another lap. To tell you the truth.
She might keep going. Pace some of these other athletes back to the finish. 5:39, 5:39.78 for Garcia.
5:39.
Yeah, she put on a clinic out here.
She sure did.
Looked flawless from the beginning to the end. Never challenged. Now we've got a battle going on for second.
Here we go.
Danielle is just going to come back. Is she going to bring her back? Look at this.
Can she do it?
Challenging, gutting it out. Alvarez Cortez. Nice. Strong in the last 100 meters. You know, made it interesting though, didn't she?
Right down to the end. That's what you like to see. A little close down there.
Smiles and hugs all the way around. They know they shared a little bit of pain. Walker coming up to the finish line right now. Finishing strong. Good, just about a 7:20.
Very good.
Lee gutting it out to the finish line.
Dina Lee, Army.
7:35. One more competitor from Army closing out this heat. This is Gore coming into the finish. Cynthia Gore from Army finishing hard. Right through the finish line. 7:58 is what it looked like there. 7:58.95. I was pretty close there, huh?
And taking a look at some of the replays here from the race we just saw, the start.
This is Garcia starting on the outside and going straight to the front. By 200 meters was at the front, and that was as much as they saw of her. As we're watching the finish, we actually have the men's 1500 that is now 100 meters into their start.
We are racing right now. Yeah, the men are out there now. Men's 1500 meter runs 6.0 ambulatory.
We're not wasting any time here. From one event right quickly into the next event.
Yeah, that gun literally fired off the second the last person crossed from that other heat. And so now the ambulatory men are on the 6.0s. Well, let's check in with the third member of our team, Tina Dixon, standing by with the winner of the last race. Tina.
Yeah, Jessica Garcia came out fast, and you created a lot of distance between you and the rest of the field. How did you feel during that race?
I felt pretty good. I felt pretty smooth. I took a break from training a couple months ago because I had an injury, and then I slowly started to return to retrain and get back into my speed. And I'm getting there slowly, yes.
Well, I would say you were there. We saw you earlier in cycling. You have a silver medal. To go from cycling to running, I got to ask, is there a favorite?
Definitely prefer running over cycling, but overall sports archery is one of my top as well. Yes, ma'am. And
we will see her in archery. That's going to be coming up later in the week. But let's talk about today because it's going to be a very busy day for you.
Yes, it is. I still have about 4 more events, maybe 5, depending on if they add me to a relay. that gets determined later on in the race, depending on what the coaches like to do. They strategically pick people for those. Yes.
Well, and what a great start for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, it has been fun.
Yeah, and we're going to enjoy watching her throughout the day, Brad.
I'm looking forward to it because she has been amazing to watch ever since we've been seeing her in cycling. And she says how she likes, I like how she said she likes running over the cycling part, because in cycling you could tell when she had that headwind, it was giving her a little bit of problem out there, but she was still managed to be strong on that one. But in running, I mean, come on. She was far above everybody else on this one, and she looked like she had a lot more in the tank after that. And she's going to need it. 4 to 5 more competitions she might be doing, and if she gets tossed into the relay, we'll see.
As we keep saying, it's not just the endurance of the 1500. It really is the endurance of doing all of these events. And Fouts is putting on a clinic here from SOCOM in the men's 1500. He's got about 20 meters. Stringing out that field. Went through the first 400 in about 72. And he was 234 for the second one. He's maintaining a good pace and continuing to increase that distance. We've got Connell back in third. We saw him as a strong cyclist as well, right? So I don't know if he might be one of those guys who's waiting on the end of this race to make his move. Keeps it all intriguing. It's actually closing. The gap is closing right now.
Well, I just got a...
Fouts has been leading. Caps is closing in.
Just got a message in right now on Instagram. If you'd have a question for Chris Waddell or myself, please send it directly to my Instagram at BradJAYMC. Direct message me at Instagram at BradJAYMC. This is one from, I think, DI or DL. The local mountain artist says, I'm on the East Coast cheering on all the competitors, but especially Frank, don't call me Francis, and don't touch my stuff, Lash. And actually, Frank is in this race right now, too, so as well. Thank you for watching on the East Coast and cheering on. We appreciate it. If you got some questions for Chris or myself, at BradJAYMC, go ahead. Feel free. Send us some. Love to hear from you.
So Fouts have been leading the whole thing. Caps made his move with 300 meters to go, and Fouts fought back. But then Caps was able to get past him as he was coming into the turn here and is continuing to increase his lead. So we got Caps coming to the finish line, followed by Fouts, and we got Connell in the back there. Connell's been biding his time and is going to make his move for second.
Caps.
A little bit of a sprint in this last 100 meters. Caps is going to bring it home. Look at that.
Caps crosses line first.
4:49.
Connell. He's going to come across second, and here comes Faust in that third spot. So there's your 1, 2, 3 right here for your men's 1,500 meter 6.0 ambulatory.
All sub 5-minute 1500s. Farami, we'd seen Cadrona up front. It is interesting because you often see on the track, you see certain body types on the track, but we're seeing some guys, when a couple of those guys who just finished, they look like they'd be more suited to the powerlifting, more suited to the field, but they just ran some tremendous 1500s. So really very cool. Castillo gutting it out on the way home. We've got a little bit of a sprint going on here. Getting the engine going.
Yeah, Tanksley.
Eister was the one. He came off that turn and said, okay, I'm going home. Going to make it happen.
Well, that was a great race. Congratulations to our competitors right there. Giving up for Timothy Caps from the Army. Number 1 spot there, Josh Connell. Number 2 spot on that one. And you look at Adam Fouts from SOCOM. Number 3. So Army 1, Navy 2, SOCOM 3 on the men's 1,500 meter 6.0 ambulatory.
We see the start there, and we see what happened at the start, and actually we see the pass. This is the pass coming off of the turn where Caps And then Fouts is pushing back, trying to do whatever he can to push Fouts out to the back, but by the time they got out to the finish,
it didn't look like he pushed too much at that point. I feel like he was labored at that point. He's like, okay, I'm going to take 3 now. I'm not getting past him. Cap's had a lot in the tank, though. He's looked for his opportunity.
Cap's had a lot in the tank. But on the with 300 meters to go, that's where Caps made his first move, and that's where Fouts was trying to do whatever he could to push back and to try to see if he could keep him behind him, and it just didn't work.
Does that give your competitors fake self-confidence, like, okay, I'm doing good, I'm in the lead, I'm good, and you're back there just hanging back looking for your time, and they might get confident that they're fine, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
It's an interesting thing, right? Because some competitors really look at it and say, okay, they like to be out in front, but then it can be scary out in front because you don't know what's going on behind you. You're running along and you're feeling more tired. You don't know if anybody else is feeling tired. But you can't see them. Where they can see you, they can see the change in your gait. They can see those subtle indications that you're getting more tired. The shoulders are dropping a little bit. Your upper body's starting to swing a little bit. And they think, okay.
Because you're in like number 2 or number 3, and you're able to see that in front of you. So you're just waiting for your opportunity, seeing what's going on, taking in all the senses of what's happening, and looking for your opportunity to pounce. And that's how you do it.
It's exactly what you do, and usually they'll go in with a game plan of, okay, I want to stay in the pack here, and then I want to go at 300 meters, and that's what Caps did. He went at 300 meters, and then surged back, and really went at 200 meters and just created that gap that we saw at the finish line.
Because sometimes, like you tell me, it's just as being in first place for 3 out of 4 laps. That's great. But it doesn't necessarily get you a win because there's guys behind you that are playing the strategy game, and you may be running faster than you need to run, and you're actually working yourself trying to stay in that number 1 spot. And then when it comes to time when someone passes, you've got nothing left in the tank because you're overrunning in the beginning.
You are, and mentally it's easier to be behind because somebody else is setting that pace. You're not concerned with setting the pace, whereas when you're in front, you're concerned with setting the pace. So that mental energy is tiring as well. Just to try to figure out, am I on the right pace? Am I not on the right pace? And somebody else is saying, well, I just see him in front of me, and we're just gonna keep running and see how I feel when I get closer to the end.
I agree, and you can kind of take that adage with track or with even cycling too. I know if I'm in the lead and I'm riding with some people and they're close to me, you get a little bit bothered by it, like, am I going too slow? And then you start riding a little too fast. But if you're just playing the pace game and staying behind someone, just trying to keep it close, that's the way to do it. It seems like it's more comfortable, it's more relaxing, and you're not overexpending energy.
You are on it 100%. It's easier to follow than it is to lead. Though some people really just like to lead, though, too. They really do like to lead, that they don't like seeing anybody in front of them, and they know what they want to do as far as pace is concerned. And it's a whole lot easier. Then they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I noticed they're not stepping on. Yeah, next race will be coming up. Your women's 100-meter dash 3.0 wheelchair will be the next race on the way. Stay with us for that one. And getting ready for the next race. Looks like we have 7 in this one. It says 8, so we're missing 1. But what it has here is Leandra Mooring, Army. Victoria Camille, Army. Jocelyn Arevalo, Air Force. And Knox, SOCOM. Jessica Durhammer, Air Force. Heather Sealover, Air Force. Erica Neal, SOCOM. And Jamie Lopez, Navy.
In the wheelchair, one of the things that we're looking at in the 100 meters is what we call getting out of the hole. The start is the hardest part. So you'll see athletes with an increased cadence, or some of them will just go with one big stroke, like a big max bench press to try to get out of the hole. And then you accelerate. Then you hopefully get up to max speed. Most people cannot get up to max speed in 100 meters. So it's really the whole acceleration, and then you're getting into your big stroke.
In a lot of racing, like the whole shot, correct? Like you want to get that whole shot. You want to be the one out of the gate first and dictate, especially in a short race. Like the start is everything. Here we go. We are racing action here. Women's 100 meter dash 3.0 wheelchair on track. Who's going to do it?
We see Sealover, who took the 1,500 meters, is now in the lead in the 100 meters as well, bringing it home. Neal following in second. Novello in third.
And Sealover 22:49. Neal in that second spot. So 21.
Getting her cool down in because she'll be back for the 200 meters as well. This is we go from the longest event that we're racing in the 1,500 meters down to the shortest event in the 100 meters, and you don't see this on the world level, on the Olympic level, right? You don't see anybody who's doing a 1,500 and then turning around and doing 100. You do see it on the Paralympic side.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Particularly in the wheelchairs. Yeah.
So Heather Sealover, the number 1 spot, unofficially number 1 on that one. Erica Neal for SOCOM will take the number 2 spot on that. And Jocelyn Arevalo ending up in third for Air Force. So Air Force 1 and 3 on that one. Thanks for joining us at the Naval Air Base here in San Diego, California. Here. Day number 4 of competition.
And if you like 100 meters, you come to the right place. We have 4+ pages of 100 meter races going on right now.
So getting our next one stacked and racked, we're going to be seeing, looks like Justin Wolf for Air Force, Chad Krantz for the Army, Jared Schley, fresh off winning the 15, Air Force. Does have listed Justin the Radman Rad Bill for SOCOM and Harley Meagley for SOCOM. And this one, we'll see if we have all competitors on this one. So this is what we talk about going back to back, what makes it tough. I mean, you look at Jared Schley, who slayed that 1,500 with the win there, but now he's got to come back and do the dash now. So does he have, how much do you have in the tank, especially if you're doing 4 to 5 events? Are you kidding me? That's a lot of work right there.
It's a lot of work, and the starts really are the work too, right? That max bench press kind of thing, just getting that wheel moving. That's the hardest part, is getting the wheel moving right off the gun, and that's what takes a whole lot out of you. Where you get into that 1,500, you can get into that same stroke, you can maintain your cadence. That's what makes it exciting, though.
100%. Chris Waddell and Brad J here on the mic. The third member of our team, Tina Dixon, will catch up with her throughout the day. She'll catch up with some of the athletes out there. It's Warrior Games 2023, day 4 of competition. We have webcasts going all the way through next Monday. Rowing will be starting off tomorrow morning. We'll have rowing. We got swimming still to do, archery. Can you shoot, Chris? Can you shoot a gun?
I'm better with a bow than I am with a gun.
You're better with a bow. Okay. Old school. Okay, I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Crossbow, regular bow.
Crossbow. No, I've never had the occasion to use a crossbow, so... Compound.
Never really needed one.
Never really needed one, exactly. Compound bow, not a crossbow.
Well, I don't know a whole bunch about it, but we're gonna learn together on the rest of the webcast. As we get our next race ready to go here, your men's 100 meter dash 2.0 to 3.0 wheelchair.
We see that wind is picking up a little bit. It will be in the faces of the athletes in this 100 meter. So the 100 meter, you finish on the home straight. So it's the same finish line for all of the races.
Now we got the Rad band. I see SOCOM has Justin Radbill now pulling up to the front. Now Justin was slated on the 1500, but was a DNS, did not start. So I'm wondering if that's a strategy, a game plan. Like, look, the 1500 is going to kick my butt. So maybe I don't want to do the 1500, and I just want to focus on the shorter races for better results. Maybe that's the plan here. And here we go, racing action. On that outside SOCOM push right there, that looks like Harley Meagley, I think.
Going with the quick cadence.
Yeah, that's Meagley right there. Boom, Meagley, number 1, Schley, number 2, and the Radman. Radbill going to go in that number 3 spot right there. And Wolf following it up in 4th.
Nice race from those guys, and we did see some of the techniques there. So Meagley was really staying more in that acceleration phase throughout the whole 100 meters. Didn't quite get into the big gear, it's sort of like being in second, third gear kind of thing instead of getting into fourth and fifth gear. But that's a technique for the 100 meters is you can't get to that max speed. So it is, how can you get up to speed as fast as possible?
Congratulations to Harley Meagley. Here's a look at the start from this one. Back to the action now. This one is your 2 of 2 here in the time finals. Michael Haley, Maxwell Oklu, Carl Judd, Brett Sealing. There's Oklu. There's Sealing right there.
Haley took it right from the beginning. Didn't waste any time. 24-28.
So Michael Haley, number 1 on that one. Oklu, number 2 on that one. And Sealing will take the number 3 spot on that.
I always thought the biggest challenge in 100 meters is going exactly 100 meters. It's so easy to overpower the chair and overpower one side, and then you have to compensate, and then you're snaking down the 100 meters, whereas if you can just go straight and you can go 100 meters, then you're all good. But if you're going side to side and adding more distance, it's a whole lot slower.
And you don't want that. You don't want front tire chatter, I would imagine, either. You want to keep that front tire set on your game plan straight ahead and just even strokes with your arms, right? Just to keep that straight headway and don't pop a wheelie. It may look cool, but don't do that because that's not going to translate into a fast time.
Nope. And the thing is, if you do pop the wheelie with those wheels being cambered, the wheelie comes up and then the wheels are not parallel. So then you're actually scrubbing because the wheels are designed to have the front wheel on the ground.
Exactly.
So yes, in theory, this is exactly what you should do. In practice, it's a whole lot more challenging because the adrenaline gets going. You're, okay, let's go. And invariably, you push a little bit harder on one side than you do on the other, and then you're recovering the whole way down the 100 meters.
And the next race we're going to be seeing as we get them locked and loaded for this one, your men's 100-meter dash 4.5 to 4.55B. This is the 5.0 ambulatory. And we have listed on this one Joshua Martin for SOCOM, Scott Caroon for the Air Force, Zachary Polega for SOCOM, Greg Walker, Air Force, Wade Spahn, Marine Corps, and Michael Sykes doing it for the Navy, and Shane Hinshaw, Air Force. The men's 100-meter dash 4.5 to 4.5B, the 5.0 ambulatory. The men's 100-meter dash ambulatory 5.0 coming your way right now as our athletes are getting ready. The Warriors are lining up, getting in the start blocks here. This is where the blocks become part of it now. Runners are getting ready. Joshua Martin, SOCOM. Scott Caroon, Air Force. Zachary Polega, SOCOM. Gregory Walker, Air Force. Wade Spahn, Marine Corps. Michael Sykes, Navy, and Shane Hinshaw, Air Force on the track right now. Here we go. We are racing. The 100-yard meter dash. It's Walker, Polega, and Spahn. 1, 2, 3. Talk to me. That was action from the start. So Walker with a 12:42 on that one, taking the number 1 spot. Definitely wasn't walking there. Polega 13:32 in the number 2 spot. And falling out in the number 3 spot. That is going to belong to Spawn with a 14:50. So Peleg, another medal for him, another medal for the Spawn man. DJ Hex on the 1s and 2s here. We are live Naval Base here in San Diego. Guys are getting it done. The girls are getting it done. Next one. The men 100 meter dash 5.5 L Ambulatory. We got Kola Arubalawi, Jake Anthony SOCOM, Robert Ellison Army, Jerry Milan SOCOM. Kola doing it for the Navy. Arubala, the Navy. Anthony SOCOM, Ellison Army, Milan SOCOM. Once again, 100 meter dash. Gotta love the short races, all killer, no filler, that's for sure. As our runners getting ready to go here. Nine races in the 100 meters, so 9 different categories here, battling it out. Here we go. Men's 100 meter dash. Who's going to do it on this one? Low. It's SOCOM 1 and 2. It's Milan. He's going to cross first. Anthony's going to go second. And Ellison going to follow it up in the 3rd spot.
Not wasting any time. Those are some big guys running fast.
Milan with the number 1 spot. Anthony was grabbing his back of his hammy, it looked like, at the end of that.
Yeah, this can be a long day if you get a little hammy tightness.
So Jerry Milan with a 12.68. Talk to me, that's some fast time right there. Jake Anthony will end up in the number 2 spot, and Robert Ellison for Army is going to be 3. So SOCOM dominating 1 and 2 on that one. In the next race, we will be getting into the women's 100 meter dash 4.5, the A, the 4.5B ambulatory. So standing on this one.
They are off with the gun.
Oh, wow. We're wasting no time here. Who's going to do it?
was Jessica Garcia. We saw her in the 1500. Apparently it doesn't matter whether it's a short race or a long race.
Indeed. So see you getting across there in the #1 spot here. We'll take a look at the unofficial times here in just a moment. Yeah, apparently Garcia it doesn't matter. It'd be a sprint, it'd be a marathon, 1500, 100. That's both spectrums, and she's winning.
Not wasting any time. Didn't get down in the blocks, but got going as soon as the gun went. Took it on the outside.
Next race getting ready to go. Race number 13. It is going to be your men 100-meter dash, 5.5U, ambulatory. 3 runners in this one. Seferino Yaragui, Marine Corps. Jonathan Page, the Navy, and Kevin Coleman, SOCOM.
Blocks measured out right. Gotta have those blocks right, or else you're not going to get out of them as fast as you can.
Here we go. Back to the racing action here. The 100-meter sprints. It's on. Looks like SOCOM. Coleman in the #1 spot. The battle between Page. Page will find himself in 3rd. Seferino, Kevin Coleman, Jonathan Page. Nicely done. Coleman in the #1 spot there. And Serafino for the Marine Corps in the #2 spot. Jonathan Page, the #3 spot. And here we go, women 100 meter, 4.55, 4.2 on this one. Here we go to the home stretch. Who's it gonna be? Dina. There you go, coming across in that number 1 spot. So Danielle Pothoff, number 1 spot there. Number 2, Akaria. And there's your 1-2 on that one. Great race in action here. Next one up. Looks like we're going to go event 14, women 100 meter dash 6.0, ambulatory. In this one, Mary Garza for the Navy, Jamie Inglesma for the Marine Corps, Elizabeth Campos for SOCOM, Cynthia Gore for the Army, and Joanna Snewick for Air Force, Dawn Page, SOCOM. Your women 100 meter dash 6.0 ambulatory, Brad Shea, Chris Waddell. Lots of racing action, Chris. And some good stuff so far.
Great stuff. And we're starting to see a lot of the same names. And the curious part is, well, we saw them. They were really good on the cycling.
Yeah.
But maybe not quite as good on some of the other stuff. So we'll see what happens here.
What is in your wheelhouse? What's the number 1? What are you good at? And there are the racers in the gate right now. So event number 14. Our Warriors getting ready to go here. Thanks for joining us here, Warrior Games 2023 here in San Diego, California. Track and field yesterday and today. Today, the track events. Yesterday, the field events, the discus and the shot put. Today, all about the track. Some great racing action here so far. 9 races in the 100 meters. 9 in the 200 meters. Saw the 1500 earlier. And we are off and racing. Here we go. Race number 14, women's 100 meter dash 6.0 ambulatory. Who's going to do it here? Down to the home stretch in the number 1 spot. Here we go. Exuma Page on the outside. Here comes Page. What a race. That's going to be too close to call on that.
We need the photo finish on that one. Who knows?
We sure the heck do.
Paige looked like she had it, but Esmov looked like she was closing in the last few meters.
Anglesum. Look at that. Page.
Yep.
Look at the distance. Are you kidding me? 0.1. Look at that. 15:45, 15:46 in second. That's only 0.01 difference. That's tighter than a Beyonce dinner dress right there between those 3 competitors.
1/100th of a second. Paige looked like she had it in Engelsma. As you said, she closed in the last few meters and took it by 100th of a second. You know what? You do know, though, as an athlete, even though it's 100 meters, you generally know if you've taken it. The rest of us, it's much harder. But the athletes generally know.
Especially on that outside lane, when you have someone on the inside lane racing and the outside pass is on, you kind of almost lose sight of that.
You do. You get caught up in the pack. Top Gun theme going in the background, Brad J.
Little Top Gun action right now. DJ Hex bringing it back to us. Don't engage, Maverick. Don't engage. Here we go. More racing action getting into it. Who's going to take this one? Look at the outside. There's Jones. There's Lewis in second. Jones and Lewis, it looks like. Too hard to call the 2 and 3. Jones, Charles, and Walker. So Terry Charles in second, Anna Walker in third.
Jones looking great right there. Really relaxed. Had those hands, had like the Carl Lewis hands going on there.
Oh,
with the
yeah.
hole wide open, yeah.
That's a great comparison. I haven't heard that legendary name in a while.
Yeah, but we grew up watching Carl Lewis, didn't we?
We sure did. That's definitely why that one registers.
One of the best of all times. And for a long time. And a guy who actually missed out on going to Moscow. Like, he was on that first... That was going to be his first games. Didn't go in 1980, and then he was the man in 84.
So now we're going to stack them, rack them again here. Looks like Rochelle Brown, Air Force, Dina Lee, Army, Nari Cornejo, Air Force, Kaylin McClendon, Army, Denali Quintello, Air Force. Got some heavy hitters in here. Look for Dina Lee, Nari Cornejo to show up and represent.
Again, going into a bit of a headwind. In these 100 meters, bit of a headwind.
Welcome now to the Naval Air Base here, Admiral Prout Field. We're in normally sunny San Diego, but June gloom San Diego. That marine layer has been ever so thick here on the West Coast, providing a little bit of relief, probably from the heat too, as well for the competitors. If you got questions,
It's been in the 60s. It's been in the 60s
like
all, the
62,
whole time,
63,
right?
Yeah.
It really has.
You got a question for Chris
60
Waddell
degrees, but it's a...
or myself? Please feel free to send us a message on my Instagram at BradJAYMC, at BradJAYMC on Insta. We'll answer your questions to the best of our ability here. We had a bunch of them yesterday, got a few in today. So BradJAYMC, if you have any questions for Chris or myself, love to answer them for you.
62 degrees right now, feels like 61. 62% humidity and 7-mile-an-hour wind. We've seen more wind, but it's right directly in the athletes' faces in the 100 meters, and there's not a whole lot of time for error in the 100 meters.
I mean, if you're going to have a headwind, you'd rather have a headwind in a 100-meter race than I think in a headwind in a 1,500-meter race, right? I mean, a shorter one.
1,500, you keep getting it every time, but it's going to affect you in the 100 meters profoundly as well, right? It can affect you each time, but the perceived effort, hitting it 4 times in the 1,500 meters is harder. Here we go.
Well,
Athletes
here we
going.
go. Who's going to take the #1 spot here? Look at this. Well and beyond #1. There you go.
Brown from the Air Force, 15:01. 15:01. She took it from the start and did not look back.
Yes, Rochelle Brown. And Quintello in the number 2 spot. And McClendon number 3. So congratulations, unofficial top 3 there. Rochelle Brown number 1. Kaylin McClendon, she got the 3 spot. And Nalani Quintello, number 2 spot there. Only a matter of time. That was ridiculous. So next race ready to go here. Looks like we comboed up the 6.0 ambulatories here, put them together. And remember, 100 meters, so it is over before you know it. As I like to say, all killer, no filler. And we are racing. Let's see who's going to take it here down the stretch. I feel the thunder here. The whole ground is shaking. These guys. Oh, the Marine Corps. Talk to me.
Came back in the last half of the race. That's awesome.
Did you feel the ground rumbling a little bit in that race? I felt it.
They were turning it up.
I'm in number 1.
12.86. Burrell 13.13.
We're on number 2.
Rayford 13.35.
Yeah, Rayford, that 3rd spot for Michael Rayford.
It looked like Rayford had it on the outside in the beginning, but Allman came back. Came back with fury.
Boy, Allman though, he was at a blistering pace there to start that thing up.
2.86.
I swear, I thought it was a small earthquake. I mean, we are in California, but then I looked and they were running. That's what was going on. Thought there was some fracking going on or something. What a great day out here in San Diego here. Competition day 4, I think we're at now. Yeah, competition. So we started out with powerlifting for us. Then we did the cycling, and then we have 2 days of track and field. And then Chris Waddell, you're out of here today.
I'm abandoning you, Brad. I'm sorry, man.
Jeez.
I've loved being here. Okay, here we go. Get another one coming through, right through.
Thompson
leading
Boom.
hard.
Let's go. Derek Thompson, number 1 spot there. Doing it for the Army.
He was not messing around.
Shasanya, number 2 on that one, 2nd place. And 3 falling out. Colton Grimm, Air Force, 3rd spot. Army number 1, Air Force number 2 and 3 on that. The 100s are done, buddy. Woo. It's great having you guys here, Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge. We're in the track portion of our track and field, our final day of that. And with that, Chris Waddell and myself, Brad J., we're going to send it over to our 3rd member of our team, other so awesome Tina Dixon. Tina, what's going on?
With Derek Thompson, who just got done winning his heat, and just the energy out here is palpable, especially from Team Army. How do you describe that team?
Oh man, Team Army, we're hyped. We're ready to go. We're motivated for wins, and to go out there and help our team do the best they can.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch you. We're really just kind of getting started with the races today. What do you have coming up?
I have the 200, I have the 400, and depending on how I feel from that, I'm going to do the 800, but I'm at least going to do the relays so, my team can get another one under.
Yeah, even though it's the individual races, guys, it's so much about the team. And then just overall, what does it mean to be part of the Warrior Games out here?
That's basically it. You summed it up. It's a team effort. We're out here to help each other do the best we can. Motivation, practice, training, all that good stuff. One team, one fight.
Yeah, thanks so much. And we're going to take a quick break and be back with more from track.
Check it out, it's time to rock, it's time to rock, it's time to rock, and yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock, it's time to rock, it's time to rock, and yo, we take it to the top. It's time to rock, it's time to rock, it's time to rock, we go hard in the block. It's time to rock, it's time to rock, it's time to rock, yeah. Yo, the party didn't start till my crew walked in, and it probably won't end till we hit the door again. Got a bottle of gin and a couple of friends. We about to set the vibe right, and yo, we on it again. Country in the mud, Bama is hell. Listen up, little homie, I got a story to tell. The championship, we about to win. Celebrate all night, and then we do it again. Check it out, it's time to rock, it's time to rock. It's time to rock, and yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock, and yo, we take it to the top. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard in the block. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard. We go hard. Yeah. Oh my God, we go hard. Oh my God, we go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. We go hard. We go hard. Check it out. Check it out now. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Rock it, yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Check it out, check it out. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Rock it, yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard. We go hard. Yeah. Oh my God, we go hard. Oh my God, we go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. We go hard. We go hard. Check it out. Check it out now.
Go get a hold of yourself. The world's trying to tear you down. It's like you're gonna need some help. A good job I'm around. I'll be bringing my all tonight. Nothing's gonna stop me now. This whole place is gonna be mine. I'm gonna run this town. Have you heard about me? I'm the man around here. I'm the mayor of this town. And I'm bringing the fear. What's she gonna do about it? What's she gonna say about me? And I know I talk so loudly. I'm the king of the West. Yeah, I'm the king of the West. Don't even think about it. You better turn around now. You think you're strong, you doubt it. Yeah, I'm the king of the West. Yeah, I'm the king of the West. You better keep quiet and still. You better not make a sound. I only go in for the kill. No, I don't mess around. What's she gonna do about it? What's she gonna say about me? And I know I talk so loudly. I'm the king of
This guy right here. You good, right? I'm good.
And a big welcome to Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge in full effect here, day number 4 of 10, the Naval Air Base, Admiral Prop Field here in San Diego. Brad J. and the 13-time Paralympic medalist Chris Waddell in the house with us, but we also have a special guest who's been crushing it all week long. We have Tiny Mom with us right now, and he's nothing but tiny, but or he's not tiny. He's a big dude. Tiny, good to have you on the show, man. Thanks for being out here.
Well, thanks for having me in the booth.
Get that a little closer.
Oh, get a little closer. All
Yeah,
right. Thanks for having me in the booth.
We want everyone on the web to be able to hear your awesome voice, man. So tell me a little story. You're going to have to go about right there is what I'm going with. Yeah.
Okay.
So your mom called up the directors here because we were pronouncing your name wrong. Is that what I heard correct?
Yes, that's correct. She was watching the live stream, and then everyone kept saying "mommin" or "mammin," 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 and she decided, oh, I'm going to make a correction. She's in Arizona, and she found the director of communications number on the website and said if the number wasn't, if they didn't want me to call, they wouldn't have put it there. So she reached out and let them know that it's mommin' like ramen.
It's mommin' like ramen.
Yep.
Tiny mommin'. And speaking in, you're tiny, but how much do you actually weigh? Is that okay to ask?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a slim 315 right now.
315 wet. Right?
Wet. So,
Okay.
yes,
All
sir.
right. How many events are you competing in?
4 total right now.
4 total. How did you do? What was your final turnout in powerlifting? What was your
383. I did a little game play in there. I tore my rotator cuff about 4 months ago, so played it kind of smart. Took my first lift as a warm-up, and then the second one is just kind of get me in the groove and then see where everybody was finishing at, and then I just went 1 kilo up for the win.
380 something?
383.5, I think it was.
Do you know that a refrigerator empty weighs 300 pounds, so you're lifting over a refrigerator? I mean, that's probably full of steaks. Then,
Yeah,
right?
steaks, steaks
Right?
and eggs, yeah. Breakfast of champions right there.
I looked at your bio on the Warrior Games website, and I noticed that you're competing in swimming. Big dudes really don't compete in swimming. What's going on with that?
It's a little bit of a joke, but I started the Navy Walrus program. It's right above the SEAL program. It's a really top secret right now. It's a new thing out there. No, I was a swim instructor in the Navy.
He's a Navy Walrus. It's different than Navy SEAL. It's a walrus thing.
We carry a lot of stuff.
I love it. Now, talking to you earlier today, I was wondering, Chris and I were talking on the webcast the other day, and I was saying, if he was a big baby, man, that would have been pretty tough. And I asked you your baby weight. How much did you weigh?
Just shy of 11 pounds.
So 11-pound baby. And then you told me something that I don't think I've ever heard. Waddell and I were talking about this. What happened on the day you were born?
I got my first haircut. My hair was so long, it was wrapped around my neck. My mom said I was probably not the prettiest thing she'd ever seen, but she had to love me because I was hers. So, like a little silverback gorilla being delivered.
You were a man-child, it sounds like to me.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah. How tall is your mom?
I think she's about 5'6".
5'6"?
Yeah,
oh my
5'6",
gosh.
maybe
okay.
pushing 5'7", maybe.
Is mom watching today?
Absolutely, she's out there watching. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, you better say hi.
I know, you get in trouble, right?
Yeah. It sounds like she'll still ground you even at your age right now.
Absolutely. I live 2 doors down from her, so she can still put me in timeout.
You got to deal with mom. All right.
So did you get the name Tiny when you were a little kid? Has this been since that first haircut?
No. I actually got the name in college. I was the smallest of 13 pledges at the University of Texas, El Paso. It was a football fraternity. I was 6'6", 360, and I was the smallest out of the group.
6'6", 360?
Yes.
What did you play? What position?
Fullback, lineman, pretty much anywhere I got to hit people.
If you were going to get fullback, I want to stay away from you, man. Okay, all right.
Like, yeah, tackling a bowling ball, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't turn a corner, but you need 5 yards up the middle, you're going to get 10.
So what are you doing here today? You're not competing in track sports today?
No, I'm not. My girlfriend, Elizabeth Campos, just competed in the 100 meters. So she's going for competing in the Ultimate Champion.
Oh, you are athlete support today.
Yes, I am. I'm a Sherpa. I got the food. I got the drinks.
The
Sherpa.
Okay.
It's all about it.
Today.
Where are the pom-poms?
Oh, those are in the other gear bag over there. I didn't want to bring them out here and distract people on camera, you know.
Never seen a SOCOM.
Now you said you went 383 in the power lift, and you said that was just taking it easy.
Yes, sir.
What have you gone to?
525.
525
So-
bench?
Shut the front door.
Yes, sir.
Five something?
Yes, sir.
525?
Yes, sir. So
That's almost like 2 fridges, man.
well, sometimes you have to move a full fridge.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to be able to
They
carry
have
the food.
straps and they have dollies.
Oh, no. You just pick that thing up, put it in the truck. We're going to go to the next location.
So you literally do all the heavy lifting.
Absolutely. That's what I'm good at, picking stuff up and putting it back down.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you do at home. All right. So how inspiring is it to be out here and just with all fellow comrades and you guys are just doing your thing and competing?
Oh, it's beyond inspiring. Some of my teammates and some of the other athletes I've met and competed with against last year, to see them overcome their disabilities, and I hate calling them disabilities because some of these things make people even stronger.
Yeah.
But they're out here, they're learning new events. Some people have never thrown a shot put or discus before, or even ran 100 meters or cycled.
Yeah.
But they're coming out learning
There's
something.
not a shot put store that you go to and pick up shot
definitely
puts.
not. You got it's like an underground group.
It's like Fight Club.
Yeah, it's like Fight Club. We just don't talk about it.
We don't talk about it.
But to see them come out here and being able to compete and push themselves to the next level, and the camaraderie between, even though we razz each other a lot, branches,
Better.
absolutely, right? The camaraderie when somebody hits a big lift, when Elijah, the Marine Corps guy, hit the 183.
Wow, yeah.
It was a big lift. I was standing right in front of him cheering for him, happier than I did for my lift. So.
Wow, so you guys root each other on.
Oh, absolutely, because.
But you guys want bragging rights too. Like SOCOM wants to still dominate and have more golds than any other branches.
Absolutely. You want your team to win, but you also want. This what we're doing here, I think, is almost bringing awareness out to the other disabled vets that don't know about it, that have not had the opportunity to get into an adaptive sport, or even some of the other programs like the Voc Rehabs to get us back into the world. They just don't know about it. And a lot of the guys, the wounded care program and the Warrior Games, some of those guys, it saved them. You know, some of us get in some dark places, and this gave us new purpose. You know, and me being a thrower for a lot of years, being able to throw again and on a competitive stage, it brought a lot of joy back into my life.
And like Chris was saying,
have you done any of these kinds of events, or?
This is my second Warrior Games.
Okay.
But I was a track athlete since I was 12. Football, wrestling.
But then post injury or whatever.
This is my second one.
This is your second one.
Yes, sir.
Coming back. What's it? Is it different for you now than it was before? I mean, you said from the time you were 12. Like, what's it like now?
It's a lot more challenging. Well, one, I'm 46 now, not 18 anymore.
Yeah, that changes.
So you have to change your style, and then with my injuries, you know, I can't torque on the knee as much anymore. I got a pretty bad knee injury. But it's being able to get out there and do it and just have fun. It's the best part about it. You know, the camaraderie of the guys and even the girls are just as competitive as we are. The guys, I mean.
Oh yeah, we've interviewed Garcia a few times. And
oh yeah,
she's 100% focused, 100% on task at hand.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And these are all, in my book, these are all professional athletes at this point. They're doing this. This is part of their daily lives now, and they're killing it. You know. So,
that's pretty cool.
And I'm proud of everybody out here. So
what have you entered in for the swimming? What have you done? What are you going to be in?
I'm going to do the 50-meter breaststroke, and then I'm going to be in the relays.
Nice. So, go with the shorter distance.
Oh yeah,
I like your style.
I'm built for short distance speed, not that long distance stuff. So.
Because you're like a boulder.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to cannonball in and then try to figure out where I am and then get going.
Then we'll go from
hopefully get enough of the water out that, you know, displace it enough that others can't swim.
Do you want to say hi to anyone, of course, because a lot of people are watching online from all over the U.S. and parts of the world. You want to say hi to some people, some shout-outs at all?
Oh, my home gym, Be Strong Powerhouse, they're out there cheering for us.
Powerhouse.
They're in Marana, Arizona, and Tucson, and then Flex Gym in Virginia. They were a big part of my recovery, too. My coach out there was Zach Smith.
Don't forget to say mom.
Oh, my mom, she is the most important person to me in the whole world. She brought, she gave me life.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah.
Thanks, Mom. Appreciate that. Dad, good to see you.
But Mom. Yeah.
But Mom,
let's address them right. Mom first.
Mom first, Dads train you up when you're kids, and the first thing we do is thank Mom, right?
Yeah, that's how it works, man.
How does this work in the rehabilitation process? Because the sport has been part. When does it get introduced to you as a disabled vet?
Good question.
Everybody's a little bit different depending on their injuries. For me, as soon as I was able to start cycling on a bike and stuff and walking on a treadmill is when they started reintroducing it, and they offered it to me at that point. If depending on the injury, if it's a head injury, then they'll look at, hey, let's start putting them in a chair, starting to build some cardiovascular back because they're sitting too much. They need to get their lungs back up. And just doing a little bit every day is phenomenal in your recovery. Just get up and walk.
You probably just see it in their eyes too, as the motivation starts to kick in and they start realizing this is rehabilitation, but it's also fun for them too as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's a guy on our team, Scott. He's a SEAL, and the joy of seeing him in the water, which the smile when he gets out of the water, he's the happiest I've seen him. But it's something that is natural to him because as a SEAL they swim a lot, right? And getting him back in the water is just bringing that joy back to him. It's something that he knows and is very comfortable with, and he walks around with sticks, the walking sticks. Yeah, but you get him in the water and he's a machine again.
He's a SEAL.
Yeah, he's a SEAL. He's going to get it done. So
when do the coaches get involved? When do you go from sort of like the therapist to the coach, or is the coach involved when they're a therapist?
For my situation, it wasn't until the camps. Okay. I was out at Little Creek. Most of the camps are down in Florida for us at MacDill Air Force Base. So I don't know about all the other branches. Some of them might introduce it a little bit earlier. But for me, it was once I was able to be mobile and I was starting to be able to put pressure on the knee and stuff, and when the blood clots cleared up and they said I could move around, then that's when it started. They started training. A lot of Zoom calls. It was during COVID. Sure. So, a lot of Zoom meetings and letting coach see us that way and stuff like that.
But that's where you have a training program and everything.
Right.
And you have your assignments daily, right? And is that kind of nice?
Oh, it's nice. It's always nice to know what you have to do when you wake up in the morning. So
I think I need that. I think I need some direction on that sometimes. Without my wife telling me what I need to do that next day. Like, you need to do this, this, and this. Okay, there's my
there's the marching orders right
there's
there.
My marching orders.
After there's my time, right? We can go skateboarding,
What's
surfing.
my time? Yeah. Isn't it our time if it's you and I? So what are you looking forward to? Are you looking forward to swimming? Is that it for you, just swimming?
Yes. I'm getting ready for the Invictus Games in Germany in September.
Oh, because you're going there. Is it? You guys are sending? Is it 24 American Warriors?
I don't know the total number yet, but there's quite a few of us. I know there's several of us from SOCOM that are going.
What will you compete in Invictus?
Shot put and discus, swimming, and archery.
That's a reach. You doing shot put?
I don't know why they would pick me for that. And probably the 1500 probably would have been a little bit better for me. Really showed my speed.
Yeah, you could really
endurance.
Turn in my afterburners.
Yeah.
You might blow some people's minds.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. The powerlifting's on the same day as the shot put, so it takes a lot of us out of the powerlifting or out of the shot. So.
So you won't powerlift?
I won't be powerlifting there unless they change the schedule. Yeah. So.
They did it on purpose to avoid you. I know
they did. I wanted the rematch with the Ukrainian guy from last year. And Big Boy was benching. He opened up at like 450 or something like that.
You're opening up at 450. You're coming to play.
He was just warming up. That guy had a lot more in the tank last year. He was a monster.
Yeah.
So
shot put's good then.
Yeah.
Let's go over shot.
Let's go do some shot. You guys play with the weights over there. We're gonna throw cannonballs over here for a while. So get some air clearance for our discs to fly.
Oh my goodness! Yep.
Air traffic controllers. We're all clear out here.
So how are you going to prepare? Since you're not doing rowing tomorrow, right?
No.
Okay. No. So you got swimming after that. How are you going to prepare for swimming in that morning? Got to eat a light meal. You can't do steak and eggs.
Yeah, you got to get a lot of airy stuff. Like some sodas in there. Get some of the extra gases in there so you float a little bit better. You float better, right?
I like your style.
Yeah,
okay.
Really just stretching, stay hydrated, keep everything loose. I was hurting yesterday.
Come on, can you medal in swimming?
There's a lot of strong swimmers out in the field. You never know what's going to happen. There's a lot of good racers out there.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out.
You don't know how well that cannonball is going to work.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it could displace a lot of water. They got to swim against the waves. Then.
I got it. You cannonball. They get blown out of the
wall.
pool.
Yeah, they got to get back in.
And you got it.
I'm on it. By that time, I'm already 25 meters down the lane. Right.
And there's no water in the pool anymore.
Right. I can almost run it. I could run 20, 50 meters. I'm all over that.
Oh, my goodness. That's a lot of fun. Well, we want to really thank you for being in with us, man.
Oh, thank you. It's been a nice experience here.
Are you going to be out at rowing at all?
Oh, absolutely. Liz will be competing in the rowing also tomorrow, so I'll be Sherpaing the rest of the week.
Oh, perfect. Well, let's bring you over tomorrow. Just come and go say hi to us. I'll bring you on the webcast tomorrow, too, as well.
Oh, that'd be great.
Tiny, my man, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us.
Chris.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Right. Thanks, and good luck. Good luck with that cannonball.
Right there. Tiny Mauman right there doing his thing, and such a great guy, too, as well to have in there. We'll try to catch up with him and get him to hang out with us again. That was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun with this guy. Epic time. All right, so Walker on this one, and Walker, Hinshaw, and Sykes. Sykes and Hinshaw tying that one up right there.
Get to see the start again. Walker got out fast. Ran that turn hard. This is the thing, you want to take that momentum off the turn, and he completely took the momentum off the turn, brought it right down the home straight.
So, yeah, Sykes in that third spot for Navy, and SOCOM's Zach Polega, he was second there, and Gregor Walker, Air Force, taking care of business right there in first place. Now we go to our next one right now. And this is our men's 200-meter dash, 5.5L ambulatory. Should be Jake Anthony, SOCOM, Robert Ellison, Army, Kola Arbula from the Navy, and Jerry Milan for SOCOM. Chris Rodell Abraje with the call. Here's Milan right there.
Just looking smooth and easy right through the finish line.
And Ellison's going to cost number 2 there. And Kola, number 3. And that one, there's your 1, 2, 3, keeping it going. Thanks everyone for joining us here at Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge here at the Naval Air Base, Admiral Prout Field in San Diego. Track and field started yesterday, all about the field events. Today, it's all about the track events. As 15-time Paralympic medalist Chris Waddell and Brad Shea here with the call for you today. The last day, we're going to have Chris on the mic. He's going to be leaving us tonight.
I know. Track and field and cycling, that's my area of expertise.
I feel like your expertise is pretty much all over the board, man. I feel like you could fill in and do anything, man.
I appreciate it. That's very nice. I don't know that they want me, though. Here we go. 200 meters.
You're not high maintenance, so I don't know why that would be a problem. If you were high maintenance, or if you had gratitude, I get it.
Are you saying that tongue-in-cheek? Not high. You're not high maintenance, you know.
Like you're not. No, I mean that. You're not.
Montoya here.
Oh yeah, this is the women's 200-meter dash right here. Lauren Montoya, Daniel Pothoff. Pothoff will cross first there, and Wakaria will come across.
Yep.
Number 2 spot there. There's 1 and 2 on that one.
Bit of a match race in the 200 there. And then side by side.
So we had 9 races in the 100 meters, 9 here in the 200 meters. We'll have 8 in 400 meters and then 6 on the 800, and then we'll do the relays. 3 of those coming up.
Just gone off on another 200 meters here.
Yeah,
looking very fast on the outside. I think that's Jessica Garcia. We have seen her come to the finish line first in a lot of different events, so it would not be surprising if she does it in the 200 meters again.
Yeah, it looks like she's got this one. So will this be her 3rd gold medal today for Jessica Garcia?
Yeah, she's been hoarding the gold this morning. 1500, 100, 200.
Oh,
I'm guessing she's the one to beat in the 400 and the 800 as well. Garcia with 31.57. These women keep seeing each other, but the women running against her unfortunately keep seeing her back, don't they?
And she doesn't look like she's really laboring, too. I mean, her time, it doesn't look like she is tired after these races. She started with the 15, took care of that, went to the 100, took care of that. And there you go, 3rd gold right there for Garcia.
It's fit, it's strength, but it's also, she has that easy running, right? I remember when they slowed down Usain Bolt and you'd see his face just bouncing along, right?
Yeah.
It's like being like a cat where you engage the muscles that are going to push you forward, but you don't use all those other muscles. It's kind of like like the rest of us who go and strain everything and feel like we're working super, super hard, and we're surprised that we're not going anywhere.
I feel like you're talking about me when you say that.
No, I said we. This is first person plural.
Yeah, but I can definitely identify with that. That is for sure.
So we have a few more 200 meters to go. We're not quite setting up for this next one. We have a little bit of a break. Going back to the men. Jonathan Page, Seferino, Jagarigi, Kevin Coleman, Rosendo Gutierrez. We have seen these guys before. And again, these are guys who ran the 1500 as well. They will be setting up in the 200 sometime soon. Sometimes we get the rapid fire, and sometimes we get a little bit of a break in between. I'll come back to you as they're setting their Their blocks up. Looks like they're coming onto the track right now.
In the men's 1500 meter, 3.0. Gold medalist, Team Air Force, Technical Sergeant Jerry.
Okay, they're getting onto the track right now. 200 meters. Jonathan Page in 2. Ceferino. Jaregui in 3. Kevin Coleman in 4. Rosendo Gutierrez in 5. Running in the middle of the track. The middle of the track, those are the optimal lanes. If you're running on the inside lane on lane 1, which is probably where most people end up running if they're just going to the track, it's a tighter turn. So if you're running faster, it makes it harder to hold that turn. If you're further out, there can be some advantages to being further out, but you don't get a chance to see the rest of the competition because of the stagger, right? Because lane 1 is a shorter distance. So then lane 2 is a little bit in front. Lane 3 is a little bit in front again. And if you're starting out in lane 8, you can start way on that turn and you might not get a chance to see any of the other athletes. So this is why the optimal lanes, the fastest runners, when you see other races, are running in the middle lanes. That's where you get the best draw. And each person is going to set up their blocks differently. So this is why it gets to be, you see them stepping it off, you see them moving their blocks around a little bit, getting that measurement in. Make sure they're locked down. Because you have to have those hands behind the line. Objective as you get out is to get into that 45 position, to drop that left hand back and get up into the 45-degree position and push right through it. That's starting your acceleration. The anticipation. It looks like we're just going to have 3 racers here. 3, 4, and 5.
So it looks like, yeah.
Jaregui, Kevin Coleman, and Rosendo Gutierrez.
Gutierrez, yeah.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, presenting our current medals. 1999 Team U.S. Reigning Soccer World Champion, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, and National U.S. Soccer Hall of Famer. Round of applause for Shannon McMahon and her son Braden.
They are off and on the turn. Looks like Gutierrez got a good start. As you come onto the home straight, there looks like they are all going to be right next to each other. Coleman has made up time in that second half of the turn and is using it right down the home straight.
Yeah, Coleman's going to cross the line first there.
Coleman did not get a great start. We'll probably get a chance to see that, but he made it up in the second half of the turn and then just brought it home.
He's laboring over there right now. He's not looking, definitely trying to catch his wind. Oh yeah, a little stumble off the block. You're right.
Yeah, he lost the stagger in those first few meters and then hit the afterburner about midway through, 50 meters in, and just brought it all the way home. Yeah, that lactic acid tends to build up at the end of the 200 meters. You're going flat out for 30 seconds.
100%, yep. Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge underway. www.dodwarriorgames.com for the latest results looked at. Also found out, go to the YouTube page and you can watch some of the past events too on the Warrior Games YouTube page. Make sure you check that out too as well if you missed some of the competition.
We've got the women's 200 meter now. So in lane 2, we have Nalani Quintello. 3, we have Rhoda Vargas. In 4, Mary Garza. In 5, Cynthia Gore. And in 6, Jamie Englesma. Englesma taking the 100 meters, so is 100 an indication for the 200? It's usually a pretty decent indication. That's a race that a lot of athletes will run, both the 100 and 200. Once we get to the 400, that stretches some of these sprinters a little bit more. But we've seen athletes doing a whole variety of events. We just talked to Tiny, who was a power lifter, who was a cyclist, who was a swimmer.
That's what still. Tiny is a swimmer. That still blows me away.
No, I don't know. He said he's more of a cannonballer than he is a swimmer. He might just be setting the bar low, though.
That's exactly what he's probably doing.
He's an intimidating guy to have in the call room, though. I want to keep this guy happy.
I mean, he is.
So he seems like he's a happy guy all the time.
Yeah.
Women off in the 200 meters. And it looks like Englesma out on the outside. Running blind out there on the outside. Does not have a chance to see anybody else. This is where the moment of reckoning when you come off of that turn onto the straightaway. And she has a big lead onto the straightaway. This is where it starts to get that strength where you have to maintain your form. Keep maintaining your form. And she looks good. Looks good, looks solid.
Great race for Jamie.
32.70 for Englesma. Vargas at 34.88 and Quintella at 35.48. So 100 was an indication for the 200 on that one, Brad.
And three was Quintella, right? Yeah, 3 on Quintella.
Yep.
So Air Force 2 and 3 there. Marine Corps with the win. 9 races in the 200 meters. We go to the 400 meters after we finish with 2s.
Yeah, this is one of those you warm up first thing in the morning and you pretty much stay warm the rest of the day because you're just in events the whole time.
Well, I mean, for a runner like Garcia, who we've watched win 3 races today, I mean, warming up is winning gold for her. You know, gold 1 race, gold the 2nd race, gold the 3rd race. There's your warm-up right there.
The warm-up is working on your collection of medals.
And how many golds is she going to have by the end of this thing?
It's going to be, she might get stopped at TSA on the way back, bringing all those medals home, right?
Exactly.
We need to go through your bag. What's in there?
It's not a carry-on.
This is my collection of hardware.
It's not a carry-on if you have 20 of them, right?
Might be true.
Here we go, next race. Savannah Jones, Denise Medina, Dina Lee, Terry Charles. Expect some good stuff out of Jones, Lee, and Charles here.
It really looks like Jones is taking it to it. She's got just a beautiful stride. We saw her in the 100 meters as well.
Here's Jones.
Just bringing it right through. Got those open hands. Great race. Jones at 31.07.
Charles in that second spot.
33.37. Do you see some people dropping off of the start list? So we had 5 athletes originally and only 2 that raced.
That's all I gotta do, bro. Let's go. Oh, you win, bro.
Yeah, once again, check out the Warrior Games YouTube page if you want to see some of the replays. Tiny was actually the one telling me about that this morning. He goes, yeah, Brad, I was on the YouTube page checking out all the replays and stuff and seeing everything online. So he was going back and reliving powerlifting. So when you're on your flight, Chris, and you're on your way out of here, I urge you to go on the YouTube page and relive these days that we've had together.
I will most assuredly. I want to see that 383. He made 383 sound like it was nothing.
And you hear he said that Ukrainian guy lifts 414.
Started at 450, right? Opened at 450.
Stop it. That's just not. That's not even funny. That's lifting cars.
Those are the guys you don't want to go with the gym. You know, you don't want to go to the gym with them because they use all of the weights.
Yeah.
Hey, can I grab one of those 45s? No. I need all of them.
You're just showing off now. Nah, Tiny's a good dude, man. What a great guy that guy is.
No, he is. That's for sure. And here supporting.
Yeah.
I do want to see him with the pom-poms as well. He said they're in the other bag, right? So.
I mean, when you're playing athlete support, I like how he referred to it as Sherpas. That is funny. He carries all the stuff because you're supporting your person. So he's got to support his lady at that point. And she's competing.
I'd imagine he's pretty good at carrying stuff.
Like I said, he does the heavy lifting for sure.
Whether it's a refrigerator or a pair of shoes.
You don't need a dolly to lift a fridge. I'm tiny.
Okay, and we are off again. Looks like it's coming out of lane 3. All right, Cornejo. And in lane 3, looks like she's got a good start. Is it going to come back? This looks like this whole field is coming back in the final stretch, though. They're coming together, and it looks like it's Dawn Page out on the outside. Cornejo is holding on for the second.
Dawn Page.
And we have Carly James coming in third, out in 6. Page 33.43, Cornejo 34.62, and James 35.11.
DODWarriorGames.com is the website. I know that if you're watching online, that's where you're watching at. But you know what? If you're watching right now and you're hearing me talk about the website and the fact that you're able to watch it, I bet you have some friends and some family members and people you know that would probably like to watch this too. And all you have to do there is share it with them. Let them know. They can go to DODWarriorGames.com and they can actually watch all the action go down. So share the URL, share the website with your friends and family so they can support the DOD Warrior Games at DODWarriorGames.com.
We got your guy in this one, Brad. We've got Francis Frank in this one.
We have Frank, don't call me Francis Lash in this one. Doing it for Navy. Michael Rayford for the Army. Colton Grimm, Air Force.
Reduced field, but it'll be a fast field.
Lash, Rayford, Grimm. Here we go. Sounds like a lawyer firm.
Grimm sounds like a tough name for a lawyer, though. That doesn't.
Yeah, it does actually. Grimm will probably. Yeah, I can see that. That'd be a grim name. Here they go.
Got Rayford out of lane 4.
I figured Rayford would be the guy.
Grimm trying to come back.
Here we go.
Grimm looking strong on the outside here. Yeah.
Grimm. So Grimm a 27.41 and a 29.08.
Rayford got out early. Grimm was strong in this last 100 meters.
And don't call me Francis Lash. Frank Lash rounded out the top 3 on that one.
See where Grimm makes his move right here. Just powering by, never looked back. It is that slingshot coming out of the turn. You need that slingshot.
We kind of ignored the races at that point and just talked to him. Good. So much to say. It was like,
Got him lining up for the 200 meter here right now. We've got Almond. We've seen him on the podium. And we have Burrell and Tanksley. Almond, Burrell, and Tanksley. So in 3, 5, and 6. Almond, Burrell, and Tanksley, 200 meters, half of the track. Tanksley on the outside, starting in the standing position, the other two in the blocks. It looks like it was a quick start for Burrell, but on the inside, Almond is putting them all well behind him. Almond got to run this last straight strong, staying strong on the last 100 meters. And Burrell is bringing him back, but it looks like Almond held on. Burrell took a little tumble at the end. Tanksley bringing in the rear here. Good finish there. Good finish. Almond got a good first half of the, and then just hung on in that second with the pressure from Burrell. 26.91 for Almond, 27.17 for Burrell, and 31.17 for Tanksley. Setting up for another 200 meters. Brad said 900 meters, 200 meters. We've had some reduced fields. We have another one, just 4 athletes in this field. So from the inside, we have Alajide, Shasina in 3, Derek Thompson in 4, Quentin Simmons in 5, and Moses Nebraska in 6. The athletes do have a choice whether they want to start in the blocks or not. The blocks often are an advantage. We have the gun going off. And it looks like right in the inside we have Thompson, who won the 100 meters, and Shoshana. And Shoshana looks like he is making a move coming off the turn. Yeah. Thompson has been tough on that straightaway. He knows the straightaway and is coming right back in the last 100 meters. Struggling through that last 100 meters.
Whoa.
That piano can jump on your back in that last 100 meters of the 200. Great finish there.
So Thompson number
bringing
1.
It back.
Wow, that was a good one.
Thompson 26.70. Shoshana, oops, we missed that. It moved over too quickly. We'll get that back. Shoshana is 26.90, and Nebraska is 28.90. And then Simmons following it up at 30.92. Good race there.
Good race.
That
Nice
was our
battle.
last 200 meter of the day. We will be We keep doubling down here, Brad. This is it. We went from the 100 meters. I mean, we started the 1,500 meters. Then we started back at the 100 meters, doubling up to the 200. And then we're going to double back up to the 400 before we get to the 800 as our finale.
Beautiful race in action unfolding right before our eyes out here. We appreciate everybody joining us online. Thank you so much. Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first round, 105.5 Lima category. Your bronze medalist goes to HM3, U.S. Navy, Gabby Varhar.
I'll start talking and we'll send it up. You'll know when I'm done. Okay, here we go. All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for the 200 meters. Lots of great racing action. We've seen the 100 meters. We've seen the 200s. We've had the 1500s. But we're not done yet. We got the 400s. They are coming up. Also got the 800s and the relays on the way. So stay with us. We'll be coming back in just a few minutes with the women's 400-meter dash 3.0 wheelchair. Thanks for hanging out with us. Your Warrior Games Challenge. More coming up. More racing action right after this. Stay with us, huh?
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now. A superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me. I'm on. I'll be back in my stride. That's how we design. One thing I know, when no back is against that wall. Coming back, that's how we go. We go renegade style. When they do it, don't stop. Time to break through. Come on, free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style. Never when we don't stop. Time to break through and come on,
My pain is like water against the dam. And it's my cross to bear. I can't remember a time it wasn't there. Light a fire so the world can see the fight and fury I have inside of me. Lord, bring out the fire in me. Shine so everybody can see you. Be anything that you wanna be. Hard times rain down since the day I was born. But I never stop running past the point of no return. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me. Lord, bring out the fire in me. Shine so everybody can see you. Be anything that you wanna be. So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Give it to me now, huh? Don't hold back, a little firecracker.
retribution can be so dangerous. The falling rain and the rising tide. You're not to blame, but you're dying inside. There's a black cloud hanging over us, hanging over us. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. We will rise and we will fall with our backs against the wall. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. There's a sentence that you must serve. You're gonna do your time for what it's worth. It's worth. The falling rain and the rising tides. You're not to blame, but you're dying inside. There's a black cloud and it won't give up, give up. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. We will rise and we will fall with our backs against the wall. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory. The sea will rise, the stars will fall. We're still alive to climb the wall. We live forever and stake our claim. It's now or never. Stand up and take aim. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory. We will rise and we will fall with our backs against the wall. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory. I will remember. I will remember. I will remember. And nothing to compare to these. I will remember.
Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge in full effect here. We're talking day number 4 of competition out of 10 full competition days. And it's a whole lot of fun going on. 13-time Paralympic medalist Chris Waddell alongside. My name is Brad J., your host. And we'll be doing some indoor rowing tomorrow. That's going to be that one. But we still got a lot to get to right here. We'll be starting off the 400s. And the women's 400-meter dash 3.0 wheelchair will be the next one to go here.
This is a bit of an interesting move that we're seeing setting up for the 400 meters is that 3 of the athletes are trailing their racing chairs behind them, which means that they're getting into the racing chair. And at first blush, you assume that somebody who is more able-bodied has an advantage over someone who is less able-bodied, somebody who spends their time in a wheelchair. However, the challenge is that you have much bigger legs because the legs have not atrophied. So getting them into the position in which we sit is a challenge. Then you actually have the sensation. So it's harder for them to get into a regular pushing position, a strong pushing position, a position where you are exerting power on the push ring to make the wheelchair go faster. The legs are actually pushing them more upright, so it's more of an upright position similar to like a regular wheelchair than it is to a racing wheelchair where the back is effectively parallel to the ground, is flat to the ground. That's more aerodynamic and it's actually where you can exert far more pressure on the push ring.
And then we also noticed the back wheels, they're tilted in, they're kind of angled in. That's the setup for a racing style wheelchair, where you have your wheels kind of the top part of them faced in?
So this is the camber that we were talking about,
yeah.
The camber on the wheels, and it does a few things. One, it's helping you to turn when you're going into the turn. It's creating a wider wheelbase in the back, right? Because if your wheels are straight up and down and you go into a turn, it's really easy just to flip right over.
Understood.
So this actually creates that balance, and then it also, with the push rings, you're pushing on the push ring, and as your hand's at the bottom of the push ring, your elbow is at the top of the push ring. So if that's straight up and down, you're going to rub your elbow on the inside of the push ring.
And you just end up bruising. You probably end up bruising it a lot if you're making contact like that a bunch, right?
Oh yeah. No, you hear the zip, the zip, and that's the texture of that rubber going through the skin on the inside of your elbow. So no surprise right here. Heather Sheelove is going straight to the front. You can see her hitting the compensator, which allows her to go straight in the back there. So going on the back straight. There is a little bit of wind picking up, and that wind is a tailwind on the backside, which oftentimes can be a good way to run a relatively fast 400 meters. I mean, you'd prefer not to have any wind, but you can get up to max speed in that 200 meters. This is the start, then it's getting up to the max speed, then it's keeping it going in the turn and really gutting it in the last 400 meters. So Heather Sheelove is gutting it out in this last 100 meters of the 400. Maintaining that cadence, that's what you want to do. The form, the cadence, that's when your arms feel like they are full of wet sand. So she came through in 1:12.52. Put a lot of time into the rest of the field. We're still waiting for the rest of the field to come around. We have Neil finishing up in second. Arevalo in third. Derhammer coming in fourth. We see 112 for Sea Lover. Neil.
Inner wheel. There you go, that one. There you go.
Neil 145.43. Arevalo 1203. And then Derhammer in 209.87. Finishing strong right here is Moring, Leander Moring. Women have finished their 400-meter. Men wheelchair coming up for their 400 meters.
So Sea Lover in that number 1 spot. Neil in the number 2 spot. So Neil with the unofficial silver. And Sea Lover with the unofficial gold. And Arevalo with the unofficial bronze.
In the men's, we have Aklu in lane number 2. Looks like Radbill is not racing in 3. We have Sealing in 4. Krantz in 5. So just 3. 400 meters, 1 lap around the track, a quarter of a mile. This is why they refer to it as the quarter.
This is the terminology. This is what I'm getting out of you. Well, Adele, darn it. Really helping me out. I might become a professional track and field announcer before the end of this weekend.
Speaking the language.
So 3 in this race, so just basically a podium race for positions because all 3 will be on the podium. But it's all about the color of medal because we're handing out the bronze, silver, and gold. What color the medal you get is entirely up to you at this point. And we are racing. Here we go. 200. 400 meter dash. 2.0, 3.0 wheelchair. And it's Maxwell Oklu, Brett Sealing, and Justin Wolf.
It looks like Sealing has made up the stagger. Those on the inside lane are starting closer to the start line, where those on the outside, because they have to go longer through the turn, are starting further toward the finish. Sealing has made up that turn, made up that stagger and then some. Oklu is actually looking up. He's coming in on the inside. On
It looks
the
like
back straight.
His strokes are like short and fast. It seems like Oklu in that 3rd spot right now.
Oklu is more on the short and fast side of things. It's almost more of what you'd see in like a basketball chair. You'll see that a little bit later. A similar kind of stroke as opposed to a big long stroke that you see in the racing chair.
And I would think for distance-wise, the longer the distance, the more you want that pull at least to keep it going.
You want to get into that longer stroke. It's kind of like getting into 4th gear, right? Where this is more appropriate for the acceleration. But this is part of it. This is part of athletes getting introduced to some new sports, right? You're getting introduced to some new sports, and some of these athletes are learning on the fly. We have Sealing coming into the home straight right now. He made up that stagger early on, but it's getting bunched a little bit. Getting bunched, got to gut it out in this last 100 meters.
Here we go.
Pushing hard, looking good.
Sealing.
Oklu's trying to keep it going straight. That can sometimes be the problem. Wolf just finishing just out of 2nd place.
And so Oklu was able to make up that distance.
They made it up on the back straight. So we've got Sealing at 2:06.63. We've got Wolf at 2:15.12. And Oklu is a DQ. So a DQ. Not sure exactly why he got disqualified. I did not see, I was not watching the flags, but I'm assuming that what that means is that he went out of his lane. Didn't see it happen, but he probably went out of his lane. So he was starting in 2. And then you see him go out into 1. And if you do more than one revolution.
About right now. Well, before we get into our next race, let's check in with Tina Dixon standing by. Tina, take it away.
Oh, yeah, with Heather Sealover, who has been dominant so far today. But let's go back to 2022. 16 gold medals, 8 personal records. How do you top that, and how did you approach this year's Warrior Games?
So this year was just a little bit different training. I'm trying to work more on race chair than anything, kind of focusing on distance with the need for the short game sprint. So everything with Warrior Games is short, and so trying to work on that more explosive element versus the marathon distance has been more or less the summer focus, early summer focus.
And then the helmet, we talked earlier about this. It's covered in Legos. Just give us the story behind that.
So Legos are my, let's say, pastime that isn't a physical activity because you have to have a little bit of a break. Also, we're pretty crucial during the initial phases of injury and surgeries and recovery. So I have taken Legos to the extreme, building Disney Magic Kingdom in the master bedroom, so and covering the master bedroom. So having a lot of fun with those too. So I go by Lego on the off time and play with the little Legos on my helmet.
You got to have a balance, right? Like there needs to be a balance between all the hard work. Okay, one more race coming up. Is that correct?
The 800, yes.
Correct. All right. And then how are you feeling going into that one?
We've got as warm as we're going to get, so hopefully that one goes well.
Yeah, well, they've all gone well so far. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. And yeah, well done so far. Thanks. Okay.
Which that stagger is designed to be equal coming on to the last straightaway. So he is definitely taking the lead and will benefit from this turn. Schley, whom we saw in some of the longer events, was really strong in the longer events. Just behind, but he had the finishing power in those longer events. Will he have the finishing power in the last 100 meters of the 400? Coming off, it's looking like it's Haley on the inside.
Haley means business, taking the #1 spot right there. Schley going to find himself in the second.
He was lagging at 200 meters, but he picked it up through the final bit. That finishing strength.
Once again, welcome to day 4 of 10 here. Admiral Prout Field on the Naval Base here in San Diego. Chris Waddell and Brad J with the call, bringing it all to you. We've been getting some great messages. We had Tiny Maman on our show and got a message from Art and Stuff. And said, Tiny is a great talker. Kudos to his mom. I thought about calling the same people because Harley is a PO2, not a 3, but I didn't want to embarrass him. LOL, he won the gold in that race. So proud of him. Thank you so much, Art and Stuff, for sending you stuff. We really appreciate that. Yeah, Tiny's mom, she didn't waste any time. She just made the phone call. Hey, you're saying his name wrong. Get it right. Moms can do that, man.
You better listen.
At Brad JAYMC on Instagram. If you got a message or you'd like to send a question to Chris or myself. At Brad JAYMC. Direct message me that way on Instagram. Brad JAYMC. And we'll read it on the air and answer it on the air. There we go. Back to racing action now. Let's go, Greg! So Gregory Walker, Zach Polega, Mikkel Sykes. Walker and Polega, I think, are going to be the two battling, and they are right now.
Battling, it looks like Polega is pulling up making up that stagger. Yeah, Pelega's pulling up the stagger right there and going by. No wasting any time, going right into that turn in the 200 meters to go.
And extending
He's just
that
about
lead
to come
too.
off.
Let's see what he's got down here, the home stretch. Pelega in the lead for SOCOM. SOCOM trying to take the gold here.
This last 100 meters can look like a lot longer than the rest of the race. But Pelega's strong right there.
Crossing the line first. There we go. The time. So Pelega will come across.
Too. Pelega 102.93, Walker 107.67. Sykes finishing up the group. 118.97.
And that'll put an end to your men's 400-meter dash. 4.58, a 4.5B, 5.0. Ambulatory right there. And we'll get into the men's 400-meter dash, 5.5L ambulatory. That'll be coming up next. We're in the 400s now. We got the 800 still to go, and we got the relay still to go here.
Relays are something to look forward to, Brad. All the excitement happens in the relays. You got to pass the baton. There are some crashes. There are some disqualifications. It's like anything that has happened up until the relay. At least double that will happen in the relay.
Relays are great, especially when you put your anchor on that fourth and final, run right there, because that's the person that needs to make it all up. I love seeing the anchor when it comes down to them be the one to try and make it happen.
And when we were talking to Tiny, he's not doing the anchor on the relay, is he? Or is he getting put on the anchor?
No, I don't think he's going to be doing the relay. He talked about possibly doing relay for swimming.
He's doing the relay for swimming, which I think he'll be, because he said he's a breaststroker. So maybe the relay.
But he also says it's the coach's decision at coach time. So I don't know. If I'm a coach, I'm probably not looking at Tiny as my top swimmer. And we tease him a lot. We tease him a lot because he's a good dude. Here we go. Back to racing action.
Another 400 meters, and we got Brachia from SOCOM taking it out.
Just extending.
Yeah, he is making it his race right now. So the 400 is a tough race. This first 200 meters can all seem nice and friendly and comfortable, and then the last 200 meters can seem a lot less friendly. So that race has a chance to go out.
But if you've already raced too, you've already raced a bunch of races, then it's even more unfriendly.
It certainly can be.
Yeah,
there's a compilation. These guys are doing mostly 100, 200, 400, 800, and 1500. It looks like he is just bringing it home. Brachia looking very strong.
And he'll cross first. He'll take the win here. And Robert Ellison will be in the number 2 spot.
Ellison 119.12 and Arabula in 121.57.
So our next race will be seen, event 29, race 29 of the day.
Race 29, just looking over it. Jessica Garcia, we've seen her a lot. We've seen her as the first woman getting to the finish line too, haven't we?
Can she go 4 golds in a row? She's going to start in that second position. So Garcia on this one. Look at her right now.
Two.
She's already turning afterburners on.
She just has that really just comfortable gait, just a really nice stride. Other people look like they're laboring a bit. She doesn't look like she's laboring at all. Jessica Garcia out in 4. Chased.
Could this be 4 golds in a row today for Jessica Garcia for the Air Force?
Being chased by Varhola and Cortez Alvarez. This is where it starts to get to be a long race. 150 left to go coming off of that turn.
Is she going to be 4-0?
Turning on. It looks like she is going to be in great shape here.
Here we go. Jessica Garcia coming down the final stretch. She's already got 3 gold medals today. Can she make it 4? It looks like she can do it for the Air Force. Jessica Garcia crossing the line, her 4th. Count them, 4th gold medal today. Are you kidding me?
Yarborough gutting it out. Alvarez Cortez. Carrera bringing it in.
And look at, you got to look at Garcia comes back, and even the last place competitors, she comes over and gives a hug too. That's the kind of sportsmanship or sporting spirit that we see out of most of these competitors. Great stuff right there. Love to see that.
Yep. They're all teammates, and those two actually are teammates on the Air Force team as well.
Yep. But the story right now of the day is Jessica Garcia with 4 gold medals. And I didn't even see her crack a smile earlier, but now I'm seeing smiles.
So Garcia, we missed the results. They'll loop back around. Yeah, she's starting. So Garcia 1:14.35.
She's a winning machine right now.
Yeah, she starts and she wins. That's pretty much the way it works.
If I'm the coach of Air Force, she's in my relay, okay? And she's probably my anchor, or she's probably my first. And I might have a little inside information on that. But she is absolutely on a tear today. All right, men, 400-meter dash, 5.5U, ambulatory on track right now.
We have a match race, and we have seen some results from these guys in the past.
Yeah.
Gutierrez in 2. And Jarugi in 4. Gutierrez looks like he's making it up. He's got a double stagger because there's nobody in 3 right now. So let's see how this goes. Jarugi looks really solid coming off of that turn. Great form, maintaining that form. He's holding tough. This looks like it is. Gutierrez is doing his best, but he is not going to be able to track him down.
Yeah, not going to be able to reel him back in on that one.
So Rugi 103.15 and Gutierrez 104.61.
So Sefferino with the gold on that one, the unofficial gold. Gutierrez, the unofficial silver on that one.
Gutierrez looks like he is enjoying the music. Might be an AC/DC fan.
He has a little
That was a Marine Corps match race.
Could have a little Australian in his blood. That would make him like AC/DC.
That could be it. Or just likes AC/DC.
Well, it's a band that's never made a bad song. So it's like, tell me a song that they made that's a bad song from AC/DC. I don't. Someone challenged me on that and said, "Oh, their new stuff," and I go, "Come on, I'm not talking about anything past 2020, okay? Before that, tell me one bad song. They don't exist. Just leave it alone."
And they're completely recognizable too. AC/DC songs.
I mean, losing your lead singer dying before you put out your biggest album, which was Back in Black, and they were still able to keep the the fame going. Not a lot of bands could do that when you lose the front man. Now we're covering music. We're talking about everything here.
We can talk music. We can, yeah, exactly. We are going to have another race, though.
So this one is, I think, event 31 here. Women's 400 meter dash 6.0 ambulatory.
Yep, so lane 2, we have Carly James. Looks like 3 is open. Then we have Mary Garza in 4. And then Devonna Jones in 6 and Narari Cornejo in 7. We've got a pretty full field. We have not seen a whole lot of full fields, Brad.
No, we have not. So I think they just might be out of order on races right now, so they're just gonna take a second to get the right race out there to go. Such a strong team, Team Air Force, really bringing it these 4 days. So just a little technical stuff going on here, just making sure we're stacking and racking the proper race here to keep things going. Your Warrior Games 2023 here. And now when you compete in the Warrior Games, you're only supposed to be allowed to compete in 2 Warrior Games as an athlete. And then you're out after that. But this is a Warrior Games challenge, so you are able to do this and still do 2 actual Warrior Games because of this being a challenge. It's kind of a freebie for the athletes. Here we go, back to racing action on the track right now.
We didn't have Walker in lane 1, and now we do have Walker in lane 1. Per usual, we have Cornejo out fast on the outside. She is the rabbit. They're all chasing right now. So she's out fast. Will she be able to finish fast? That is always the question of the 400 meters. You can get out fast.
You call her the rabbit, but we all know the story about the tortoise and the hare, and the rabbit didn't do good on that. And I feel like she's the rabbit. She's going to probably win this thing, right?
She is looking really solid right now. She's got a big
why did the
lead.
rabbit lose in the tortoise and the hare? Did it take a nap or something? What was the story there?
Couldn't maintain focus, I think, is what it came down to. It'd sprint and then get distracted, and the tortoise kept plugging away. Slow and steady wins the race. That is not always the case in 400 meters, though.
Yeah, right.
Cornejo
the word slow doesn't translate into winning in a running race.
No, 400 meters is a prolonged sprint.
Here we go, down the final stretch here. Air Force. 1 and 2 right now. Air Force, look at the drive. Look at it. Cornejo,
I think she might have just got out-leaned at the end.
I think so. I think her teammate got her. But Air Force is going to be 1 and 2 on this one.
Carly James looks like she won with the lean right there. Cornejo was super fast in the beginning.
And she did. Look.
The wheels started to fall off in this last 100 meters. James 21:30, Cornejo 21:42, and then Walker in 27:07. So 12 100ths of a second. Cornejo won all but the last 12 100ths of a second of that race.
It's pretty darn close right there. Oh, that just goes to show it's not over till it's over.
Well, that was your question. Tortoise and the hare, wasn't it?
Yeah, see? Okay.
She got out fast. It's hard. The 400 meters can be so hard. You can get out really fast and feel great, and you're feeling great on that back straight. It's amazing how much when you turn and come back to home and you're turning and into the headwind, not only are you doing the last 100 meters of a 400, you're going directly into the wind. And that's where Carly James tracked her down.
Just wait for your opportunity. Keep them in striking distance, Waddell. That's what you want to do right there.
I think you've got the strategy, Brad J. Okay,
That's about
next
it.
one on the track. 400 meters. Gore in one.
Got Dina Lee here, Terry Charles, Kaylin McClendon, and Lonnie Quintello. Very stacked race right here.
This is.
Basically, this one's Army versus Air Force on this one.
And this is looking like a very nice and easy stride.
Big props out to our DJ Hex telling the story right now with the music.
Terry Charles looking good, but they've all started to cluster out on the back straight.
Right? Oh,
this is going to make it exciting, Brad. Who's going to be able to bring it home?
This could be anyone's now. We got some dancing going on. They're having fun out here today, that's for sure. It's a party. Absolutely love it. The camaraderie is off the hook, that's for sure. Okay, here we go.
Coming into the last straight here.
This is it.
So this is Dina Lee. Oh, and then Terry Charles. Terry Charles looked really good on that back straight, and she is pulling away.
Charles, afterburners.
Lee is gutting it out, turning herself inside out.
Big ups to Air Force again. 2 placements on the podium unofficially in that one. Nicely done.
Quintello finished it up. Quinteo, right? Quinteo?
Yeah, and then Lee in that second spot. And then it's Quintello to wrapping up the 3.
So Charles at 23.75. 123.75.
What do we got? 3 more races to go in the 400s before we move on to
126.11. Going from the women back to the men.
And here we go, back to the racing action for the men now. Paul Vermeer for Air Force, Timothy Capps, Army, and Moses Dubroska doing it for the Air Force. They are moving on the back stretch right there.
Using that tailwind. Taking a ride on the tailwind.
Look at Capps. Watch Capps here at the bottom section here. Capps trying to make his move.
Capps has been strong in the longer distances, so we don't think he's going to go backwards.
Yeah, and he seems he seems like he always comes from behind to not last, but like second or third place, and just uses it to his opportunity. Look at him in the middle of the track. He is flying. Here comes Caps. Let's see if he can close this out. Timothy Caps, U.S. Army, full speed ahead. Here we go. Crossing. That's going to be Caps in the number 1 spot. We got Nebraska coming into number 2, and Vermeer wrapping up 3. Great racing action from the men here today.
59.05. We saw somebody go underneath 1 minute for the quarter mile. So Timothy Caps, 59.05. Nebraska, 103.19. And Vermeer, 103.69.
There you go. Another great race.
So exciting to see Caps break a minute as well.
And we've seen Caps just do that. Like, on the races that Caps has won, he's not been in the lead the entire race. He's come from behind and used his opportunity to get around him.
Yeah, he knows he has the gear to keep going once he gets into that
That's
gear.
it.
It's not
It's the gear.
It's not the starting. It's not the starting part. He just needs to get into that gear.
And not panic, because you know you have that gear. Where some of these other runners might not have that gear, you know you have it. So you don't panic, and you look for your opportunity, and you make your break for it.
And you get a popsicle.
And you get a popsicle right afterwards.
Got to keep those electrolytes up.
You
Stay
do.
hydrated. Those are the ones where it's not flavor, it's color. Oh, I'll have a blue one.
It's shaved ice without the shaved ice. Because if you pour that over a snow cone, that's some good stuff right there. I mean, come on. When you're racing this many races, crazy. Here we go. 3 on this one.
So Eister, saw him with a great finish earlier. Got your guy Francis.
Frank Lash. Frank, don't call me Francis Lash.
And we got Fouts out there. Fouts in the previous race had gone out hard and couldn't quite bring it home. Let's see how this works, how it's going to shake out. Fouts is looking really good right now coming off the turn.
Yeah, I don't see how he's going to
stagger. With that stagger, it equalizes things out. He just needs to power down and keep that form, maintain form in this last 100 meters, and Fouts looks really
he's gonna
good
do
on
it,
the
Chris.
outside here. Yep.
He's going to do it. Fouts, here we go to the end. Fouts is going to cross first. There's your number 1 spot. And there is, don't call me Francis, Frank Lash. Number 2 spot. There we go. And Eister wrapping it up. So Fouts with a 102.84, a 106.32, and Eister with a 110.97. There's your unofficial top 3 with one more race in the 400s before we move on to the 800s. So our final race here in the 400-meter range.
All right, Warrior Games. Medal ceremony. Want to give a special thank you again.
This was interesting. I was looking forward to seeing what Derek Thompson was going to do in the 400 meters. He looked strong in the last bit of the 200 to take both the 100 and 200, but he's not at the start of the 400. We have Castillo in 3. We have Suip in 4. We have Grimm in 5. So I think we don't have Grimm. Oh no, we do have Grimm.
Looks like Cardona just got past there. He had the lead for a little while.
Yeah, I think that's Shashanya.
Yeah, Shashanya.
Who is flying. Shashanya is flying.
Shasonia, I think he said. I think
Shoshone.
that's like Sony, like Shoshone.
Shoshone, okay.
I've only said it wrong for 3 days straight. Might as well get it right.
See what he can do. Can he bring it home right now? He's got the coaching staff right in front of us, cheering him on. Gutting it out.
Oh, he's running out of energy here. Shoshone holding on, and they were catching up to him there, but he'll take the win there.
Grimm was coming hard on the inside.
He was. Grimm wanted that one.
Sonia, you could tell that he was in a little bit of pain. He wore that on his face.
Give him another 20 yards. I don't think he wins that race.
I think you're right. I think he would say essentially the same thing. 103 flat for Shoshone. Grimm 103.56 in Cardona. 104.50, I believe. 104.50.
Yeah, just about a half second between those two. He was definitely closing that gap. All righty, man. Well, we got more racing on the way. We're going to get into the 800-meter runs coming up. That'll be event 33. We'll get going with that closer to the top of the hour. But before we get to that, it's time to check back in. Third member of our team, Tina Dixon, standing by. Tina.
Yeah, I've got Tim Capps here, who we just saw go under a minute with that 400-meter. The strategy that you've had today, just walk us through that, because you've come from behind there on that final stretch.
Yeah, so, my strategy was, 95% the first, 100 meters, and then, stride as long as I could on that gap. And then, just whatever I had left for the last 200 meters was really my plan, so.
Yeah. Overall, how has it been to be part of the Warrior Games and then just here at track today?
Absolutely fantastic. Seeing everyone with all their injuries and just what they're able to overcome is just amazing. So, yeah.
It's such a meaningful event. There's so much beyond just the gold medals.
Right. For me, it was just coming out and competing again. It's been a while, and I enjoy it. I really do. So that was for me.
800-meter, you have that coming up.
I do.
What are your thoughts on that?
Just like the last two races, just go out there and do my best. So, yeah.
And your best has been pretty good so far.
So far, yes. It's been great.
All right, more racing coming up after this break.
Don't let them gray clouds take a hold. Oh no, oh no, no. Woo! We ain't worried about a doggone thing. We're gonna come on through, yeah. Live your life, 'cause that's the only thing you gotta do. You gotta keep working. You made a start, but you need to push through. Without those rainy days, the flowers would never grow. Oh no, so listen up now, 'cause we ain't worried about a doggone thing. We're gonna come on through, yeah. Just live your life, 'cause that's the only thing.
let's go, let's go. Come on. I got one chance. I'ma take it till we make it. I got one chance, one chance. I got one chance, I'ma take it. I got one chance, one chance. Gonna work hard till we make it. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. Here we go, work, work, work. It's going down. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. It's going down till we make it.
Category gold medalist, Team SOCOM, Captain Zachary Polenega.
My brothers in arms gonna dig your grave. Never stop till we see you break. See the color of the war paint, yeah. We're soldiers marching on, can't stop us all night long. We'll stay here till the sun, and you'll be looking down to the barrel of a gun. Achilles heel, use myself as a human shield, yeah. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me.
States Air Force Technical Sergeant.
I know that you don't really wanna be with me, so I don't wanna tell your body so desperately. Yeah, I know I'm just here to pass the time. Why you grinning about my waistline? Yeah, I know that you don't really wanna be with me, so why not running up and into your arms? Like we've been together for years, but it hasn't even been that long. And I don't know why I'm so addicted to your charm. When I know all
being most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when my back is against that wall, and there will be coming back.
And welcome out, everybody. Thanks for joining us online. Good to have you guys. What an amazing, so many amazing days that we've had so far, and it just continues to get better and better. Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge, that's what's going on right now. Day 4 of 10 here. Admiral Prout Field here on the Naval Base here in San Diego. And we are getting stacked and racked. We move on to the next races are going to be the 800 meters. So we started with the 1500s today, moved into the hundreds, went to the 200s, then finished all the 400-meter races. And now it is time to step things back up. 800 meters. And that's going to be 2 laps out here, about ready to go.
Well, he's speculating that.
So our next racer's getting ready to go. Brad J in the booth. And we got 4 racers in this one. Eric O'Neill representing SOCOM. Jocelyn Arevalo representing Air Force. Jessica Durhammer representing Air Force. And Heather Sealover, Air Force.
So as they're getting set, one of the things you have to look for in the 800, Brad, is that they do the first turn in their lane. So the first turn, that's where the stagger is. And then where those white flags are over coming off of the turn, then they can break into lane 1 if they have room to break into lane 1.
And that can be the cadence for the rest of the race. You don't have to go back to your lane. Now, once you get past those white flags and it's open, it's just any part of the track you can use it.
Okay. You can use anything, exactly. And they will use lane 1. Lane 1 is the lane that almost everyone uses all the time. When everybody's out here just running, they pick lane 1. So it's a little bit harder, because it's a little bit more packed down. It's also a little bumpy in some turns.
Interesting. I could see that. A little bit more firm. Sure. Okay, on the one side. And we're off and racing. So 2 laps on this one, right, Chris?
2 laps, a half a mile. So 800 meters, half a mile.
Half a mile doesn't seem that much. Yeah, okay. When you're racing all day, it's a lot.
It is. 800 meters is again, I think the 800 meters is a tactical sprint.
I think we might want to check that bike for an E-motor. She is flying.
Yep, she's putting it to the rest of the field right now. Getting into that nice rhythm. We've seen it over and over again, right? We saw her.
We should make her ride with a few extra sandbags or something, man. Make it a little harder for her. She is just coming across.
Well, that's the betting side of things, right?
Maybe
this is the horse racing, right?
Maybe if we flattened her tires, then it would be an even transition. She could still probably win. Here we go.
She's coming up to take the bell.
Sealover. Such a technique. Well, no, I could really, I really see her technique, and you can really notice how that works out.
It really is. It's a circular stroke, right? This is the way it works, where you see the hands kick off the bottom of the ring and kick back into that striking position, right? Looking good, getting the benefit of the tailwind on the back straight. Neil coming around about 146 on that first lap. Bit of a battle here.
Just head down and focus. You don't even need to look ahead, because you just look at your lane lines. Keep yourself in the lane lines. Focus, stay down. I got to think that she is going to possibly maybe get a lap here on them right here at the end.
Getting close, but they have crossed the finish line, and she is just coming in here. So
just a different speed altogether than everybody else.
Yep, 2:30. 2:30 as a time. 2:31:03. Sea Lever, we're going to have to wait a little bit for the rest of the podium to shake out.
So Sea Lever wrapping it up with a 2:31. So Sea Lever yet another. I think that's the third for her now. That would be her third gold for the track events. So fifth gold for Sea Lever. Wow, 5 golds. Well, and Garcia's going to be looking for that same thing. Team Air Force so strong. So Neil will end up just 12 seconds back in that number 2 spot.
Looking good, finishing the 800 meters. Half a mile. Those arms do get a bit heavy.
So Jocelyn Arvalo for Air Force, she's got to get out of here and go play some rugby next. It is absolutely crazy to do all these events. How do you just keep them in order? Gonna fire up the dudes now.
It exciting.
It sure does. And now it's time for the men 800 meter 2.0, 3.0 wheelchair. So 6 in here. So in this race, Jared Schley, look for him to do good here for Air Force. Maxwell Oklu for the Navy. And you got Brett Sealing from the Air Force. Michael Haley, Army. Harley Meagley, SOCOM, and Justin Wolf, Air Force.
$800 meters.
So we have one of the athletes out of their chair right now, getting back in. So if you're looking for some of the replays of your Warrior Games, make sure you go over to Warrior Games YouTube page. You can watch some of the rebroadcast from what we did earlier in the week. And on the website, DoDWarriorGames.com. get all the results from the last few days as well. See how your favorite warrior is doing. How many medal? What's the medal count? So just a few more adjustments here. Chris Waddell, I did notice there's a palm reader across the street. I didn't know that was a big thing out here in San Diego.
That's a big sign.
That's a massive sign.
Big sign on the highway.
Would not think that palm reading was that big, but maybe it is.
Yeah, you'd
no
think
idea.
That would be an expensive sign too, right?
Maybe there's a big call for it here. I'm just not sure.
I've had mine read once.
Did it come true? Did it come true?
I don't remember what it was. I think that's the problem.
You probably left going, what was that? As my grandfather once said, that's malarkey. I never knew what that meant.
Now you do.
What is malarkey, by the way? But I was told malarkey.
I might have to Google malarkey.
Is malarkey even something? Remember, he's the same grandfather who told me he used to walk uphill both ways to school in the snow.
Insincere or foolish talk. Bunkum.
Insincere, foolish talk. Okay.
No, it was up here when I got here.
Okay. Malarkey. So it's just...
So it's nonsense. It's hogwash.
So it's just a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah.
Had you heard of that word before?
Oh, I've heard of it, but
you just didn't know either. I didn't know. Okay. We are off to the races here. 800, so that's going to be 2 laps on this one.
2 laps. Stay in their lane in the turn, and then when they hit those white flags, they can cut to lane 1 if they have an opening.
And so right here where you get past the white flags, and now they can look for their opening. Got an outside pass going on right now.
Trying to establish a bit of a pack right now.
Yeah.
This is often the way it works in an 800. That sometimes it can, by the time you get to this 200 meters, is sometimes where the pack is, where the pack gets established, and then it seems like you're spending a little bit of time just trying to get into the pack, and then by that time it's time to start sprinting to go to the finish line.
Yeah, and the way they've separated this, you can see it. It's 3 and 3, so 3 in the front, 3 in the far back. So I think our podium will be set with these 3 in front, because I don't think our back 3 are going to be able to have time to make a pass and get up there, because the cadence here of the front 3 is pretty darn good. Here we go. SOCOM in the #1 spot right now. Schley coming up, trying to look.
Making a move on the outside at the bell, but uh-oh. Looked like he thought that was the finish line, but that's the bell.
I think he did. I think he did think that was a finish line.
Now he's making that move. He's resurgent. Out on the outside.
Here
this is going to be an interesting finish. All packed in together. Schley's making his move, but he's out in 2. Making his move. Is he going to come back down into lane 1? Now finally coming back into lane 1. It looks like he has the momentum to bring it through the corner.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a battle there, but Schley looks like he has that long distance kind of power, that long distance strength.
Well, this is for all the marbles right here into the final straightaway for our 3 leading competitors. Pushing across here for the 800. Who's going to grab the gold, the silver, bronze, all to be determined right here. Air Force, where you're used to seeing them in that lead. Here we go.
Schley gutting it out, right to the finish.
You always expect him to
Schley.
Schley.
A battle.
Haley
Higley.
trying to look for an opportunity. Ran out of track.
So Meagley was second in 3:12.82. Schley took the victory in 3:05.03. We're still waiting for a time on Haley.
Have to take a look at that too. It says shows Schley and it shows Meagley, but we're not seeing that number 3. I wonder if there was an issue with that third place.
I don't know. There's not anything coming up that says DQ.
But it does show Oclu. We have it was Haley crossed in that third spot, but let's see what they say.
Here's Sealing finishing it out. Finishing strong. Had a little bit of a
Sealing
trouble with his chair at the start, but nice finish.
I can see him only being able to push with one hand here.
Oslu. And Wolf just finishing through. All left hand.
So they did. Haley was DQ'd.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
So Sealing ends up getting that third spot.
So Haley.
So Haley was third, but is disqualified. But we don't know why.
The most likely reason that he would be disqualified is for going out of his lane in the first turn. Oftentimes you see the race happening and you see the race happening to your inside and you just instinctively move over just a little bit, which shortens that turn. So it means the stagger isn't what the stagger should be. That's the only thing I can think, unless he encroached upon somebody.
But you also remember when he was finishing that first lap, he almost thought he was done. And he kind of went straight for a second and then got back on and realized he had one more lap. So it looked like he
that was Schley.
That was Schley who did that. And then Schley was able to take back over. Okay.
Right.
So, yeah, disqualified for Haley. So, yeah, like you said, maybe infringing on a lane before the legal spot, before you can do that.
That's the most likely in the 800. That's where most of the disqualifications happen. But he might have impeded somebody. I didn't really see it in that last lap. These guys have seen each other a bit. We have Brandon Sullivan, who went out fast in the 400 meters. Got run down. We have Matthew Braccia. This is 800 meters, and they're running shoulder to shoulder. Braccia is having to take the longer way around. It looks like Sullivan is taking the lead by just a little bit. Braccia ran him down in the 400 meters. Sullivan's in front, Braccia in second, but in touch. So I'm thinking that Braccia's thinking, hey, I think I can out-sprint him when it gets to the end. We'll see if Sullivan can put a little bit of distance and a little bit of time into him, and he looks like he's doing exactly that. In this last 100 meters, in this first 100 meters of the last lap, creating a little bit more daylight. Question is, what's Bracchia going to do at 200 meters, right? Sullivan's creating that daylight, and Bracchia, can he reel him back in and then get by in the last 100 meters? This looks like the tactic that he's trying to employ, and the question is, can he employ it? And it does not look very good at the moment. Looks like Sullivan could well take this race wire to wire.
As we go to the final straightaway here, Brandon Sullivan
turning it over, picking up that turnover. Isn't it amazing? Look at that, Brandon Sullivan, great run.
Yeah,
that's a good 237, 238, 238.07. Bracchia followed behind him. Slap of congratulations, 243.73. Won it by 5 seconds.
And our next race coming up. Women's 800-meter run, 4.5A to 5.5L ambulatory. And then we were going to go to women 800-meter run, 6.0 ambulatory. But we're going to combine those two because we have a few competitors that are not in.
Boda, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias. Hoy tengo a una, mañana otra. Me la voy a llevar a todas.
Well, this is going to be an interesting race because we have Garcia, who has, as we've said, starts the race and wins the race generally. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen Cornejo, who goes out hard, and we'll see if she can stay with her teammate. That's going to be a big challenge because Garcia just has that beautiful stride and just keeps rolling it right over, just really seemingly effortlessly. Obviously, she's putting a fair amount of effort into it, but at the same time, it's a really simple gait that looks just absolutely beautiful. She is creating distance between herself and Cornejo right now. Cornejo runs the risk in some ways of ending up in no man's land. So going out with Garcia can seem enticing, but sometimes it's an easy way to blow up as well. Garcia just plugging along here, just plugging along, doing exactly what she does. She never seems to betray any emotion. Coming through at 120 for the first split. Cornejo shortening up a little bit. She does have the Wonder Woman colors on her legs. She's wearing the Air Force colors on her uniform, but she does have the power of Wonder Woman as well. So that might well help her get to that podium. Garcia doesn't seem to have any problems or any need for any outside aid because she has it all within herself. Strong move. Yeho, we do see her stride shortening up a little bit. Needs to keep that turnover. Needs to continue that turnover. This 800 meters gets to be a long race. Jessica Garcia.
Oh my goodness.
Doing what she does.
Win gold medals.
She wins gold medals. The wind is picking up, so as you turn and come into this home straight, you're going straight into the teeth of the wind.
You can't create drama because she's well in front of this one there, Chris. Here we go.
It's going to have to be a really big wind.
5 gold medals for the Golden Girl right there. Wow.
The question here is Cornejo, and Cornejo looks like she has staked her claim to second place and is holding true with that. Looks much better coming in this home straight than she did on the back straight. Strengthening that stride.
She's got those Wonder Woman socks.
Wonder Woman socks. Pushing her along.
I mean, the capes aren't very aerodynamic, but hey, good enough for a silver medal. So Air Force, gold and silver.
It worked.
There we go.
Cortez rounding it out, third place.
But the big story here, 5 golds for Garcia.
Garcia 250.12, Cornejo 315.11, Cortez 330.35.
Wow. Great racing action going on here as we're going to get into the men's 800-meter run, 6.0 ambulatory. That is going to be next. So the men 800-meter run, 6.0 ambulatory getting ready to go here. We're going to see Paul Vermeer, Air Force, in this one. Jeremy Tanksley, Army. Adam Fouts, SOCOM. Josiah Powell, Air Force. Frank, don't call me Francis Lash, Navy. And you got Timothy Capps, Army. And Josh Connell, Navy. Pay close attention to Timothy Capps for the Army. He's been having quite the day here today.
And Canales as well on the outside. He's a guy who kind of lays in the weeds for a little bit, but he's there at the finish line.
Mm-hmm. So what is that right there, Chris? Do we have a caution flag, or am I thinking NASCAR?
Yeah, they were going to the set position and then they called them back. I'm not sure why they called them back though.
Maybe a last-second high five.
Could be. Could be. Sometimes these things are important. Looks like Capps is all business out there in lane 7.
Remember, he doesn't like to take that lead though. He likes to just be sleepy, and everyone just kind of just ignores him for a second. And then he shows you, oh, here I come.
He's right there, and Burrell following behind him. Cannell dropping in. That might be the 3.
Let's see how they do here. With about 1 1/4 laps to go.
It is interesting looking at sort of the body types where you've got Capps, who looks like sort of your very traditional runner, and then you've got Burrell, who looks like more of a sprinter. He's got more of a muscle-bound kind of situation, and then you've got Cannell, who's the big, tall, lanky guy. Army, SOCOM, and Navy all represented here. Capps looks like he has done some running. He has that look, doesn't he? That just facial look that he has done some running in his time.
But Fouts and Connell being behind him too, you're not safe with those two guys breathing down your neck. And the weird thing is, Capps isn't able to do the race he normally has, which has been in 2nd or 3rd and then come back. Now he's had the lead, and you got to wonder, is there going to be an opportunity to try and get past him? Is he finally running out of energy? Has he Energizer Bunny lost it finally?
This is the question. How long is he going to take it, right? He's at this pace. What's the next gear? We've got Burrell, who looks like he's making a move, so he's making a move at 200 meters, which means he's going to have to go a little bit longer in that turn, but Capps just shut the door on him. Cannell is off the back right now and probably will not re-engage.
He'll probably look for just to settle for that third spot, but it's going to be down to 1 and 2. Here we go. Let's see how this one's going to play out. Can Caps
100 meters.
Look at this. Here comes the sprint. Caps in the lead. Fouts follow behind. Caps
right away with it.
The afterburner we talk about with Caps. Oh my goodness. Fouts kept it close, but then Caps at the end said, no. Let me show you how it's done, son.
Oh, that was Fouts. I got confused. I had him as Burrell. I apologize there.
No, Fouts in the number 2 spot, yeah.
Yep.
So
Great
Caps.
run. Wire to wire for Caps. Ran
Fouts
with
in the number 2
everybody and then
spot.
had the sprint.
It's funny because it looked like Fouts had a chance down that far section to maybe get after him, but then he matched him step for step, and he just turned it on. Cap said, I got this.
It looked like he went for his chance at 200 meters, tried to come out around Caps. Caps closed the door.
Tested, huh?
And the thing is, he closed the door. He picked up the pace a little bit and forced Fouts to go a little bit longer because he's out in lane 2, right? So
yeah,
suddenly you're thinking, okay, I have the speed and the strength to go past him, but as you're forced out in that turn, you really need to make that move. It really needs to be a decisive, concise move, or else you're going to go a lot longer and you're going to use a lot more energy just trying to get around. So he tried to push it back and save it for the last 100, and it didn't quite work.
Yeah. Well, Josh Connell will settle for that third spot. And that'll wrap up men's 800 meters. Now, they had talked of possibly running relays. Not sure if that is still the game plan. We'll get back to you on that. The partner events at Warrior Games Challenge here, day number 4 of 10. Admiral Prout Field in San Diego on the Naval Air Base. I thank everybody for watching at home. It's been so much fun having you guys on the broadcast for all the days that we have had, everybody. And appreciate all the questions that were sent in. We thank you so much for that. Some great racing action taking place out here. Tomorrow's going to be rowing, and that will start. That will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for rowing. And we'll be right back in just a little bit and let you know what's going on the rest of the day, seeing if we're going to go into relays or if that's going to do it. Stay with us.
Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house. But it's a love house, y'all. Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house. But it's a love house, y'all.
And I ain't ready to break rules, play dirty foul. No, I the sky and they're coming down and hit the ground now. Run around, chase all my dreams. Will you come with me tonight? Be my firefly, my firefly, my firefly tonight. Come with me, give me light, oh, give me light, give me light, oh, I can see.
Four times around the track, one time each. And here we go. We are racing Army versus Air Force. The 4x100 meter relay. It's on.
There's nothing more exciting than the relay. It really is.
Well, you really got to slam that baton right in the hand so that your fellow athlete really knows that it's there, and you really want to grab it, because if you drop that, your chances of getting and winning it are nearly impossible.
Yeah, it looks like there was a bit of a hamstring issue on the first exchange for Air Force.
Yeah, Air Force.
But it isn't hurting them, partially because they tagged off to Garcia, and she just seems to put distance into everybody.
So she's able to tag Sea Lover on the wheelchair here for the final leg. So it says ambulatory, but of course you do have Heather Sea Lover, who's in the chair. And there we go. That'll finish that one up. Army's going to take the number 1 spot on that one, with Navy or Air Force in the number 2 spot. So congratulations, Team Army, taking the win there. And that is one race down, with 2 more to go here in our 4x100 meter relay ambulatory. So it says ambulatory, but we saw that the anchor for Air Force was Sea Lover, who's in the wheelchair. So it's mostly ambulatory until the last person.
You can choose. You can choose to go effectively down a class in some ways, right? So the ambulatory should theoretically be faster than the wheelchair, and so they went to Sea Lover, and I think that they were filling out a card. Really, is what it comes down to, filling out a team.
Well, I mean, I would if I'm picking, I would think I would pick her to do that, to be the wrap up on that one. She's had some speed, but they're going to settle for second place. Yeah.
Yeah, and part of it's having a great day.
Can you believe it? Jessica Garcia gets a silver in that one.
Incomprehensible.
Inconceivable.
Well done. Well done.
You know where that's coming from. How many movie quotes are we throwing in? So the next race is going to be Army, SOCOM, Navy, and Air Force. So all 4 being represented. We're going to send the dudes out there. For the Team Army, Michael Rayford, Robert Ellison, Timothy Capps, Derek Thompson. That's Team Army. Team SOCOM, Dustin Burrell, Zach Polega, Terry Milan, Kevin Coleman. That's a strong team right there. SOCOM looking good. And then Navy, and that's going to be Jonathan Page, Michael Sykes, Kola Arubule, and Frank Lash, or Frank, don't call me Francis Lash. That's your Team Navy on that one. And then Air Force is going to be Moses Nebraska, Paul Vermeer, Shoshonia, and Greg Walker. I'm kind of feeling SOCOM on this one. I feel like that might be the stronger of the teams. We'll see. I could be completely wrong off my rocker.
We've seen some great finishing speed from Derek Thompson too. So, and he's taken a couple of things off recently. He's got on the list.
He's got Timothy Capps in there as his teammate too. So
yeah, Capps has been super strong too.
But the reason I talk about SOCOM is you got Polega, Milan, and Coleman. I think they've been running pretty darn good, those 3. But, you know, like you said, Ellison, Capps, Thompson could, you know, and Rayford could do it for Army. I don't think Navy's going to have it to challenge some of these tops. And then, yeah, Air Force too. I mean, just showing you. Hey, Walker, Paul Vermeer,
Yeah.
Nebraska, yeah.
Yeah, this is why you run the relays.
Yeah, this is why you don't determine it as the announcers. You actually do the race. Appreciate all the awesome questions, too. People have fired up here on the Instagram. If you feel like sending in some questions, if we don't get to them today, we'll get to them tomorrow for sure. But at Brad, Jaymc on the Instagram, that's MC, Brad, Jaymc, and direct message me, and if we can answer a question for you, give you a result, whatever you need. I mean, not like whatever you need. I don't think we do everything, but send away. And I want to thank all the people that actually sent in a lot of questions, because we had a lot of people sending in questions, and I want to make sure they get their credit where it's due. Guys getting ready to go here. Two more races to go here. Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge. Day 4 of competition of 10 full days of comps. Men coming at it right now, getting ready to go, getting fired up here. Ray Ford, we see Page, Nebraska coming up here. Burrell all getting ready to go. Make sure if you're going to be listening, listen tomorrow too as well. Tune into the webcast. We'll kick off at 8 o'clock in the morning time. We got rowing going on. So join us for that one. 8 a.m. on the West Coast. 11 a.m. over on the East Coast. And if you're in the UK watching, I don't know. You'll have to do the math on that. But 8 a.m., I know one thing on the West Coast. We'll be large, live, and in charge tomorrow morning.
8 a.m. is going to be 4 p.m.
4 p.m. So we
UK.
talked about that prime time, right?
Right.
We're getting prime time.
Yeah.
We're not talking practice. So all 4 divisions here: Army, SOCOM, Navy, Air Force. Who's going to claim the gold, the silver, and the bronze? It's a relay. I'll tell you right now, I feel like if SOCOM has the lead after the second baton toss, I feel like they're going to run themselves to victory. But Air Force in the front right now. Paul Moses Nebraska going to start it off. We are racing. Here we go. Look at SOCOM right now saying, I'm coming up from the behind. Let's go. Let's see the transfer, the toss.
Oh,
looking good. Just went down huge on that.
Oh, and there's a Army's out with a hamstring, it looks like.
So just dropping by the wayside. Carnage out here on the final one. Unfortunately, you got to hope that they are okay. Well, let's see. Here we go. SOCOM, look at this. Coleman. Walker. Coleman. SOCOM #1 on that one, and you can see him reach down for that hammy as he crosses the line. And Navy going to come across in that third spot. So some unfortunate carnage on the backside of the track. We saw a couple spills there, some injuries going on. SOCOM, Air Force, Navy, that's how it turns out. 1, 2, 3. So something you don't want to see happen, Waddell, but that's one of the things where it does happen. It's part of what goes on.
And it looked like that first exchange with SOCOM ended up working out, even though the leadoff was Burrell, right?
Yeah.
Who went down hard.
I think he went down after. Was it after the handoff?
After the handoff, I think it was. Yeah, because it's not actually a baton. It's more of a pad, of a tap, of a tag.
Oh yeah.
So there might be some track rash.
And you can see Coleman, like that left leg is not, I mean, he's been holding that hamstring, and he won that. He was the anchor there.
Mm-hmm.
But he is visibly limping and holding that hammy.
And that did not work well on the Army side for Ellison. Got the card over there. It's unfortunate, especially at the end of the day. Going hard.
I gotta say, I did kind of predict that SOCOM win on that one.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and prop myself on that one.
No, you made a good call there. Very good call on the SOCOM.
And when you see the names every single day and you see the people that are dominating, you kind of feel like you almost like, oh, well, they got a bunch of medals. There's 3 people out of 4 with a bunch of medals. So you got to think they're going to have that shot at it.
Yeah.
Did you do relays?
Sure. Yeah.
Where were you in the relay? Were you the 1 guy, the 2, the 3, or were you the anchor?
I was usually 2. 4x1 and 4x4. So
isn't one the slowest of the group? Or how does it usually take when you pick somebody?
Usually you want to get a good start, and especially in the 4x4 100-meter relay, it's like doing the 800 meters, right? So,
yeah.
So if you end up in first place, so the 400-meter does the full lap in their lane, and then the second person you do it like an 800 meters where you do the turn in your lane and then you come into lane 1. When you get to 200 meters, that's when they call it based on your positioning where you exchange. So if you're first, then you get lane 1. If you're in second, and for wheelchairs, we actually got 2 lanes, so it was lanes 1 and 2. If you're in second, you're in 3 and 4. So it's advantageous to be in first place. But we had wheelchair racing. At that point they had what were called 2 or 3 T54s, which are the most able of the paraplegic classes. So these are amputees. These are people who have full stomach, full back. They can sit up, and then my class is the T53 class, where we don't have the stomach, we don't have that torso strength, and so we had 1 of those on there, and I was often the 1 guy on the 100 meter and on the 400 meters. So they hid me as best they could, really, is what I'm saying, Brad.
I think they hit us both, because when I ran relays, I was never the anchor. I'll tell you that right now. That was not the place that I was be. But I was always like the number 2 guy or the number 3 guy. They didn't even put me at 1 because they figured I was too slow out of the gate. And even when I played football, I was a wide receiver, but I was definitely the slowest receiver on the team. So I had that going for me.
Good hands, though.
I had good hands. That was the one thing I could catch all day long. So wherever you threw it, I'm going to bring it down. But, yeah, never was very fast. Never was a fast person. Well, you can see Burrell. You can see
so many sports, yeah.
You can see Burrell, his right shoulder, huge strawberry on that thing.
Yes.
He left some skin on the track, that's for sure.
thought they said this was it. All right, I'm heading towards my car. Head towards your car. They haven't said a word. No, I haven't sent a text for her. You need to get the cable. I'll get the cable if you want. What about the bag of 50s? What about me?
If you know someone who left an Armatron watch, gray, black, and green, I got it.
I'm generic on her. It's always sometimes a bottom person. I like identifying the list instead of the person. So I'm going to be doing that. But that's kind of a good setup. Yeah, making sure I'm here with, this works. Whoa, no repeat, dude. Next. It's no repeat Tuesday, dude. You can't play the same song twice. That was my home run song, Dodger Stadium. I always used Kurt Kraft.
So the final race, the swan song, Chris Waddell.
Yes, sir. Nothing more exciting. This is a mixed relay.
It's a mixed relay, and also you got to look at it. SOCOM's got two teams in this one. So you doubled your chances on getting on the podium right there.
Two teams, and their second team, so their first team actually has one wheelchair athlete in Harley Magley, and then the second team actually has two women. So they're putting in a lot of variety there.
Oh, yeah. Elizabeth Campos is in the SOCOM team. That's the girlfriend of Tiny. Oh, look at this. So you see the touch right there. SOCOM 1, Marine Corps 2, SOCOM 3. Here we go for the transfer, the slap. Boom.
Marines
Look at this.
Inside, though.
Marine Corps.
The Marine Corps on the inside. Running hard there.
He's
Marine Corps.
Okay, the stretch. Who's it going to be? Looking like Marine Corps is going to slice this one up. Look at the run. Nowhere near him. Oh, he's high-stepping it. I love it. Showing off.
Grimm for the Air Force coming in second. They've got a battle. This is a SOCOM battle right here.
SOCOM 3 and 4. And Army coming in into that fifth spot. Athletes just giving her right there. Everything you got. leave it on the track.
It's a great way to finish.
Marine Corps, Air Force 2, SOCOM 3 and 4, and Army. We're wrapping up that 5th spot. Amazing racing action we witnessed out here today, that's for sure. Wow. Warrior Games Challenge. And we are done with racing action. Right when the wind picks up, too, a little bit stronger. Chris Waddell, 13-time Paralympic medalist. Chris, it's been a pleasure working with you. Let's wrap this thing up, tie a big bow on it. What did you think of today's competition?
I thought it was great competition. I mean, it's nothing better than finishing with the relays because this is about the team. I mean, it's team. We've seen it so much. I mean, Tiny was talking about that where you're rooting for your friends, getting a chance to see somebody keep getting better, but also 4 people out there running a relay, 4x100 meter. That's a great way to finish what was a really cool competition.
What a cool competition, indeed. And you also got to give it up for, so many of these competitors like Jessica Garcia, getting 5 gold medals and a silver in relay. Like, that's a big day. That's a lot of hardware to carry home, right?
Well, it's a lot of hardware, and then it's a lot to go and then do whatever she's going to do the next day. Because these athletes have been competing. We saw her in the cycling events. Now, will we see her in the pool? Will we see her on the rugby court? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, like you said, I love seeing it end on the relays. And you make a great point. It's such a teamwork thing out here. They're all like a big family. So the way to end is to end with the relays, kind of such a team event, because you're rooting on basically your armed service branch that you're part of. That's what you want to see do the best, and that's what we saw out here today.
We really did, and it's just great performances, and really, as you said, amazing to see how many athletes were doing 5 events, 100, 200, 400, 800, 1,500, and then, some of them were doing 6 events, right? Well, then they're running the relays as well.
And, there's strategy in the amount of events that you pick, too, because you notice that some of our athletes pick not to race in certain races so they can stay fresh going into other races so they have a better chance of medaling. So that's good stuff right there. Definitely, what a great way to end things today. Final words for you, Chris. What do you want to say? Because you're going to be out of here.
I am going to be out of here. This is it. I'm unfortunately leaving, but I've had a tremendous time. It's been fun to appreciate the performances, the commitment, and the teamwork from all of the athletes.
Been a pleasure, my friend. Thank you so much. Chris Waddell, 13-time Paralympic medalist. That'll do it for us, but let's check back in with Tina Dixon, standing by with the winners, the Marine Corps. Tina.
Oh, yeah, the Marine Corps there in the relay. Just such a fun race. I think everybody enjoys watching a relay. But, Jamie, to be part of this team and come out on top, how much fun did you have there?
Oh, it was amazing. This is nothing like I've ever experienced, honestly. I've been in track before, but this is a whole different experience.
And coming out, Colin, that final stretch, you were focused. You had the eye of the tiger in your eyes. Just tell us what you were thinking.
So I was thinking about, the family that I have here in the Marine Corps and the family that I joined whenever I got into the Wounded Warrior. And I was thinking about Memorial Day this past weekend. I lost some brothers while I was in. And I was thinking about the people who didn't make it back home, and I made that run for them.
This event is so much more than gold medals and winning. It is a team, it is a family, and it's a community, just kind of what you said. Describe that a little bit more as well.
So, there's a lot of crap talking between the branches, but, we're all in the military. We all do things. We all have our own lives, and at the end of the day, we all got to support each other. And as a community, I feel like out here we supported each other a lot. But like I said, it comes down to the branches, but we're all family in the end because we're all in the military.
And it was a great team effort by Marine Corps. They take the relay win, and what a great day overall for the track. But coming up tonight, we have wheelchair rugby, and if you've been following that at all, you know that we are in for a treat. At 5 p.m., it is SOCOM versus the Marine Corps, and then at 7 p.m., it is the final game, the Navy and the Air Force. A lot of people are already talking about that, so come back tonight for some more Warrior Games.